might get VIP tickets too. Same to the airport, please.
What's good? So we playing some World of Warcraft. I'll push some raids here. It's good. These different characters. I suppose. Bad working with my cards. Man, it's a
And without saying goodbye, Backpacker Ben is off to catch his ferry. Well, that's it, guys, from the Shetland Isles. Never filming in the UK again. Bloody freezing. See you next time, somewhere warmer. Ben does this intros holding us up constantly. Look, watch this, he's going to try and do it.
Don't put me off, mate. Come on, we've literally got the 5
I'm not putting you off, just waiting. I've not done anything, I've just waited. How can you just bring it in? It's got no battery and we're onto the remotest island where there's no electricity to charge. Right, come on now, I want to get on this fly for God's sake.
Well, here we go.
Here we go. Come and see us.
Right then, let's get to the airport and fly to...
Fly? What was that? And fly? Why didn't you say we fly? Mate, seriously. And fly? Right, say it normally like you would normally. I'm giving him backpack, I'm giving him tips.
Right then, let's get to the airport and fly to the remote... Oh, get out of the car.
Why?
You put me
I
off.
haven't done a thing. Not my fault you're unprofessional, everybody. Come on. You can say it.
Remote islands in the UK.
Most remote islands.
Supposedly it's got the most was airport. Right.
Yeah.
Right then, we're in the car. Let's get to the airport and fly to the most remote islands. Right then, let's get to the airport. We've got a flight in 1 hour to Thule, the most remote island in the UK. And supposedly the airport is the most... Oh, why do that? I was fucking going well.
I don't know what I meant to have done.
Well, you went...
I've got a bad throat. I went... Right, do it now.
Flight's in 15 minutes, mate.
Come on now. Oh yeah, you're right actually. We've got a flight to catch. Come on. Like, he's deadly.
Right, we're in the car. Let's get to the airport and fly to the most remote island in the UK, and supposedly the world's smallest island. It's just down the road, apparently. Let's do it. God, we start this car.
The car didn't start when he wanted to look cool.
Oh,
Didn't break off. Sake, mate. on the Shetlands. No bus services. Come on, Jim's Garage, where are you?
Got a war parade as well.
The wildlife are in serious danger if we do not act swiftly. Come assist with the rest. This new foe is too powerful to face alone. Gather what forces you can find and remove
right out of
this
that.
threat.
Really bad, and I just completely forgot.
Do you have another day you can live?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna see if he's around sometime in the middle of the week. But I feel awful because he's like super nice guy and has helped like coordinate groups for me before and stuff. Yeah, he's super cool. Anyway, yeah. So I feel
In
really.
her light, all truths are revealed.
Really awful right now, and let's get through some more curated merch messages. Oh wow, there are. Oh god, Dan, you're curating a lot of them. Okay. JS asks, "Hey Linus, what's your favorite and least favorite part of the Langley house? Like the one we used to shoot out of? My favorite part of it, oh man, I guess it has a pretty open layout on the main floor. That was pretty helpful. My least favorite.
Do they mean like favorite part of when we worked there, or do they mean literally the physical house?
I don't know. My favorite part of working there was definitely the camaraderie. I remember actually pitching to an agency that was looking for like reality talent. Like they were pitching me to come be on some reality show, and I was like, you know what you guys should do is you should come make a reality show here. Because this place is nuts. Like, can you imagine a reality TV crew being in there with like you, me, Old Terran, Burkle, Brandon, Nick. I think that was Ed. I think that was the whole crew at the time. That would have been nuts. Like the deadlines were crazy, the hours were crazy.
Awesome,
like things were kind of tense sometimes, but respectful, but tense, and like it would have been such a window. It would have been such a time capsule into an early stage of that you have nothing to hide today. I mean, women in the States didn't have anything to hide until very recently, potentially with respect to medical procedures, for example. And like, look, there's a tech program. I'm not interested in taking a position on that matter. I think I've made my thoughts on it pretty clear in the past. But what I will say is that it is a prime example of something that didn't matter for your, searches about day after, pills or whatever else. They didn't matter before. And now all of a sudden, they matter. Right? Insurance company policies can change. The value of the data can change. Like something that can be detected, like some medication that you're on today, they could find out something new about it, and all of a sudden, oh, it's a risk factor for Alzheimer's. Who knows? And all of a sudden, yeah, sure, legally, pre-existing conditions, something, can't affect your coverage, something. Yeah, sure, things can change. And once that data's out there, it's out there. That's why it matters. Camera on so I could virtually high-five you, Dan. Yeah. Dan got through them. Sorry, I talked over you, Luke. Yeah, sorry, Dan.
I was just saying, sometimes there's more information than
Destruction takes root. The dark guardian must be. And the pain. Reap the torment.
Julian S. That's a really good idea. I'm not going to read it out on the show, so it can be a surprise for everyone, but that's pretty good. Damon S. Hey, Linus, Dan, and Disconnected. I work in the trades, and thus have so far been unaffected by the AI revolution. You guys see trades and other skilled labor conditions being threatened? Not in the near future. I mean, I think that quote-unquote unskilled labor, which I don't really like that term. I don't think that anyone who works hard and tries to do their job as best they can, I don't think anyone like that is unskilled. I've seen some wild, YouTube shorts or TikToks of people who work on a box assembly line, like doing it faster than I could imagine any machine possibly could. Like, I've seen stuff, right? There's no such thing as unskilled labor, but I do think that relatively lower skilled labor, like unloading trucks, is definitely at more risk. That's something like running data wiring in a new construction, something like that. But I don't think anything is forever. But I do think that skilled labor, that requires apprenticeships and study and all that, I do think that you guys are in a pretty good position, and I would strongly encourage people to pursue a career in trades right now. It's hard to find good tradespeople, and they are.
Extinguish.
Its screams were beginning to bore
Tyler
me.
P. Hey, LLD and E. When's the last Linus-led development item that actually went through? That's a good question.
Wow, I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a long time, actually.
This isn't something I've tracked, and to be clear, Linus-led development was more specifically like a if Linus asks for something, we do it era. Linus still asks for things. Conversation now, and sometimes we won't do it for various reasons.
The
but it doesn't
dream
mean we're
must
just
be
automatically not doing things that Linus suggests. We still
Tell me of your
suggests. We
dreams.
might not do it exactly
For
at
a
that
new
time.
Dracil.
We might not do it exactly.
Is it time to go already?
All choices on what to work on and when, effectively, coming from Linus, and that wasn't working for right.
That's a tradable way for me.
It's not completely his fault. He wasn't working with
A worthy challenge!
a lot of the stuff he wasn't directly. So there's no way that it would have been possible for it to be accurate. And as I've said in the past, it's more on me. I should have taken it over sooner, but I'm happy to take it over eventually.
Anonymous asks, why do you guys think these companies are so focused on dedicated gaming devices like Steam Deck, Ally, Claw, etc., when phones and tablets are becoming powerful enough to run good games? It's a different class. And you can go kind of, phones are going to get better and better and better. And it's like, so are those, right? And the fact that we can play, AAA, what used to be desktop class games on a portable handheld device now is pretty incredible. And it's going to be a long time before phones are going to catch up enough. And by that time, we'll probably get another generation of consoles, which is going to mean another generation of game developers pushing the boundaries in terms of graphical fidelity. I do think that it's a valid in-between piece, and I think that it's going to see a bit of I think it's going to continue to see a bit of a renaissance. I mean, Microsoft is rumored to be working on a portable Xbox. I think Sony is rumored to be working on like a not PlayStation Portal, like actual new handheld. So Nintendo Switch 2 is supposed to be basically Switch 2. It's supposed to be another hybrid portable handheld. I'm very excited for gaming portability. The original NVIDIA Shield, which was that little Android clamshell portable gaming handheld, like reinvigorated my love of gaming. I just had no way to play games because I was never able to sit at my desk and watch stream and stuff like that. Seth asks, did Linus ever daily drive the 1 Plus Open? No, I really wanted to. And Bell took it to a trade show after the Pro Circuit. And I was like, I had wanted to take it to the trade show. And he was like, I have it. And I was like, should I get it? Yeah. And I got it back. And already, having been used for like a week or two, the hinge did not work. Is Luke on? Am I around? I think he did.
Look, you stopped moving and your cardboard standing fell over.
Sorry, I said. David T says, why do I miss out repossess the laptops from your gaming room? You mentioned that in passing in a May 8th live stream. I don't know. I think they might have been engineering samples, so they might have just needed to go back. And it's not like the sponsorship dollars still didn't come through, and we don't keep the hardware from a sponsored project, like whatever. We got paid, we paid our staff, everything's hunky-dory, but it means that there aren't actual computers in there right now. And I've been putting new ones in because I want to make a video about it, so my poor kids just are like, yo Dad, these screens don't do anything. I'm like, okay. Matt C says, speaking of security theater, what's the most annoying IT rule you've ever dealt with? Mine is not being able to access a site from mobile Safari when Safari on M-Series Mac is fine. Yeah, that is pretty irritating. I don't know if I can think of anything personally, but Luke, can you think of something?
Passwords. Oh my goodness. I recently had to create an account at a financial institution. I will not obviously name which one. And they limit your passwords to 20 characters, maximum 20 characters. And I think they had a minimum as well. And then they had some requirements of what symbols you could use, and they're like, you have to use a symbol, but then the symbol that I chose to use, we actually don't recognize that as a character, so we're not even going to allow you to set a password with that symbol in it, let alone not count it as the minimum symbol required count. So they didn't allow it, and they maximized it. Like, dude, this is important financial accounts. You actually can't.
Ruin!
Yeah, I don't know. Password rules are nuts constantly.
Wow, Dan editorializing in the replies. Foldables are dumb anyway. I mean, the cases are pretty bad, so Ryan G definitely has a point. But, wow.
What am I? I'm not a news reporter.
Wow, Dan. Yasser K says, hey DLL, Linus, when did you first realize that you were going to be held to a higher standard than most people deal with? Was there a moment that made you think, I'm kind of famous? Thanks. I don't know. There have been lots of little things that I've kind of looked at and I've gone, really? But I think part of the reason that I get held to sometimes ridiculous standard is that we've always been very transparent. We've always publicly held ourselves to very high standards. So I think I've kind of created this for myself because people can. I don't think it's a function of being famous. Like Leonardo DiCaprio is super famous, and no one seems to actually care that, you know, he hangs around with women who are, you know, several decades younger than him, even though that's like, you know, a behavior that would be weird if your dad did it when you brought your friends over, you know? And like, I'm not saying he's a pedophile. Like, as far as I can tell, everyone's, you know, legal age of consent and all of that. But it's just like, being famous doesn't necessarily mean that you're held to some kind of high moral standard or whatever. There's an awful lot of like, haha, oh, you know, like I just, yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know what my deal is.
In some cases with famous people where not only are they
Her screams are beginning to bore me.
lower standard, like them acting like an idiot in whatever way will be
The dream is besieged by
aggressively
flame.
defended by their
It's like
How is
it's
this
like funny and
possible?
endearing or something.
The druids of the flame have
Yeah,
redirected
yeah,
the temple's
like
focus to the
it's weird,
Firelands.
like, they almost are
Within
allowed
this
to
temple's
get away
sacred
with
halls are seeds of life. With their power, we can reach
Yeah,
the rock and
Co-
stop
Cohen
this
Lemon here.
madness.
Cohen Lemon here is like, yeah, every rock and roll
opened
star
the
ever
dream
with
ways for
drugs.
you.
Like if
Tread
some
carefully.
nobody has the possession of whatever, then oh yeah, they should get like the shit beat out of them by the police and they should go to jail. But
Smolderon
if a famous
dares to claim
person,
this
you
realm as
know,
his
throws a
own,
party with like
we will
where
stop
the
him.
you know they bake bread with cocaine instead of flour, it's like that's hilarious, right? Like it's just yeah, I don't know, man.
yeah.
Joseph A says hi, hello, and I'm running David's conduit to a barn roughly 100 freedom minutes away. Should I use Cat 6 or 500 feet? Cat 6A. Cat 6A. Cat 6A is... Jacob, how much do I need to spend to make Linus rub his head and pat his belly at the same time? I mean, you spent $194 on the store.
It's really hard to do.
It's funny because I've done it the other way before, so I was all ready to pat my head and rub my belly. Like that one I can do no
Yeah,
problem.
you've got that down pretty good.
But this one took me a second. Anywho, Adam K. Hi, DL and DL. Did you Hi, do you have any advice for someone really interested in playing badminton in a region where community badminton leagues are virtually non-existent? Thanks. No. It sucks. It's one of those sports that can only be as big as the facilities to accommodate it. I know that a lot of groups here will try to rent out like school gyms and stuff off hours. And that's something that's also pretty common over in Asia from what I'm seeing. But if those groups don't exist in the area, it's tough to get something going. It really is. Kevin M. Happy days, everyone. I barely get to catch you all live. As someone in the trades, are there any specific technologies like remote operation or autonomous operation of heavy equipment that excite you? I mean, I think we had a similar question a little while ago, like autonomous farming with super precise like geolocation stuff. Man, that is super cool stuff. William C says, "Line." Wow, thanks for contributing, dude. So you're gonna interrupt for that. I like farming stuff. Do you like turtles too?
I like train.
William C asks, Linus, since your Note 9 no longer gets security updates yet, are you looking for a new phone? I mean, yeah, I was. And then you guys freaking saddled me with the ring. That was a real... I was having a conversation with y'all and you memed on me. Are you looking for a new phone? Yes. I wanted it to be the Fairphone 5, but that thing ended up totally sucking. So no, I'm not waiting for anything in particular. I'm waiting for not being lazy and just getting a phone. I probably we'll just go for another note something, or whatever, the ultra, whatever. I don't use the stylus often, but I do like it. So I'll probably just go with the Samsung phone as a stylus. I kind of want a daily pixel though. Kind of tempted. Anonymous says, DLL, how do you handle working with team members who disagree with the chosen solution and don't put in as much effort since it's not their solution? I'm a tech lead and try to preach disagree but.
I mean, it happens all the time. Because of that, you gotta do your job. Sometimes you don't fully agree. That can be okay. Fully agreeing with everything that anyone else says is like never going to be a thing. You're never going to be in 100% agreement with anybody.
I disagree.
Perfect. I wish we could handshake through digitally. That would be fantastic.
John M. says, I work in corporate audio video and produce a lot of live events. I wanted to ask what your biggest challenges were making live style videos like PC or no PC. Thank you for the great workwear. Oh man, PC or no PC. I'd say the biggest challenge with that one was that I asked one thing about the set. I wasn't super particular about it. I asked for one thing. I asked that the jib shot, which I knew was going to be a thing, not look like crap. So we couldn't just see that we were in an empty warehouse. And I got there and I was like, I'd say the huge number of moving parts, because that's how things like that get overlooked, because everyone has so much on their plate and time is so limited that it can be a real challenge to get all the details right. Like at the roast, the audience wasn't mic'd. That destroyed the viewability of the VOD. They loved it. They were eating it up. The house was it was such a great atmosphere, and the VOD on YouTube just doesn't capture it. And you can see in the comments people are like, wow, these jokes suck, they're so flat, the audience isn't even laughing at all. They were freaking loving it. It was a great atmosphere, and it just little details are the hardest part of that, of those kinds of things. Tyler V says, hey, Luke and Luke, I see you talk about turning down potential opportunities for massive profits. What is something massively profitable that you've had to turn down recently? Something other than the VPN. We talked about that last week.
I don't think my team runs into this as often, but I do. Am I muted? I don't think my team runs into this as often. The VPN is by far the best example that we have. I think our best example of this would be that we tend to always work on like the hardest stuff possible, because we think it is, I don't know, more interesting, more who knows, honorable. I have no idea. We tend to reach for like not just the highest fruit, but like, can we climb a mountain to get to a tree that's taller to grab the fruit at the top of that one instead? That tends to be more the stuff that my team ends up working on. Not so much a business opportunity things. I think really the only really major, definitely hugely profitable business opportunity that we could have gone after is the VPN. There's been other offers from companies to like make video stuff for them, or or do custom things like that, but I don't know that they would be hugely profitable. So.
Timothy says, "Hey LLD, how can one learn to master live storytelling and the art of recounting personal experiences in an engaging way? How do you and Ludwig share personal experiences so entertainingly?" Well, Ludwig's not here, so I can't answer for him, but I think for me, I kind of alluded to this on the Yard podcast when I was on it. I think that one of the things that content creators have in common generally is a degree of narcissism. I'm not saying
Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power, brings you the Select Cut mower. Customize the cut with 3 interchangeable blades. It cuts
Let's see. Are they done?
Any thoughts on what makes a successful affiliate program? Well, you're going to get a pretty biased version of that from me. Obviously, what makes an affiliate program successful from a media standpoint is that it has to have a strong payout. It has to have a compelling reason for people to use it. Amazon had that cool like smile thing for a long time where like they donated proceeds or something like that. Like you've got to engage with people emotionally to make them want to use your affiliate program. One of the things that we look for is recurring revenue. So if this is a software as a service product where your revenue is recurring, we expect our referrals to be recurring. But hey, you may not find that that's the most successful thing for your side, and you may find that it's better to cut off the, leech influencers or whatever who promote your product. But yeah, that's something that you're going to have to kind of solve for yourself. We have not figured out how to build a successful affiliate program for LTT Store, even though that's something that we have talked about and something that we would like to explore in the future. Brandon B. Hi DLL, I'm a woman working in the male-dominated AV industry in a technical director/supervisor role. What advice do you give female managers who receive pushback from male peers or subordinates? Man, I feel like this is a conversation that I've had so many times. To such frustrating ends. With my wife. I mean, we've talked about this on the WAN show, I think pretty recently, so I'm not going to talk about it for too long, but just the way that people will talk past her to me, even if she's the one that has sent every email leading up to this in-person meeting, even if she's the one that is answering every one of their questions, like they're laser locked eye contact with me instead of talking to her. And the cold hard truth is people are going to be like that, and all you can really do is do your best and kick ass. And you know what, those people, right? I'm sorry that I don't have like a solution for you. I mean, frankly, if I did, I'd be mansplaining it anyway, I suppose. So like, I don't know what am I but for real, my general approach has all to business, because I'm not that good at like schmoozing, and I always get a kick out of conspiracy theories about how I like am in bed with executives at every company, in bed figuratively, right? And I'm doing all these like backroom deals. Man, I don't deals with anybody. I don't even like talking to people. You guys are the exception, and I think it's mostly tolerable because you're basically a camera. Like, I'm not actually
chosen the same way every jury in America is chosen. It was a process that Donald Trump's attorney was part of. The jury heard 5 weeks of evidence. 5 weeks. And after careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous verdict. They found Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts. Now he'll be given the opportunity, as he should, to appeal that decision just like everyone else has that opportunity. That's how the American system of justice works. And it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's irresponsible for anyone to say this was rigged just because they don't like the verdict. Our justice system has endured for nearly 250 years. And it literally is the cornerstone of America, our justice system. The justice system should be respected, and we should never allow anyone to tear it down. It's as simple as that. That's America. That's who we are. And that's who we'll always be, God willing.
Minions! Followers! Children of the world!
How dare you interrupt your betters?
Not even ash will remain when I finish with you!
If you blink,
Scatter your remains across the Firelands.
What's up guys, so today we're back with part 2 of the rarest skills in football, and over the next week I'm going to be attempting to learn some of the hardest tricks in the game. In today's video we've got possibly the rarest skill I've ever tried to learn. It's going to be super interesting, let's get into it.
So the first trick of the video is the fake Rabona control, and this was actually the only time I've ever seen this done in a game, but it's a skill that as a freestyler I was able to adapt to pretty quickly. Few goes, it took 5 attempts to get a clean one, but in front of fans in a real game, not sure I'd be so confident trying this move. Skill 2 is one of the rarest things I've ever seen in a football game. It's the backflip penalty, and I knew with this trick it was going to take a while for me to learn.
Okay, so it's day 1 of trying the backflip penalty, and all we've got is this little blue mat.
So I started off just trying to land the backflip, and then once I could do that, I'd get the ball involved. see, at this point, I was just
If you
contemplating
blink,
whether the
you
inevitable
bleed.
pulled muscles I was going to get trying this trick would be worth it. After a few minutes of deliberation, I decided it was probably worth it, and carried on trying to do a type of backflip called the cheat gainer or the kick the moon. Whoa!
Down to the pit, and today's the day I'm trying to go for this. I've been punching the backflips, and every time I've tried to actually hit the ball, it's not gone too well, but as long as the ball goes to the back of the net and I flip over, I'm flashing this and done. So first off, I need to get the first two out of the way. It's always the scariest. Slowly, first out of the way. It's a lot easier to save it. Oh, that took a while, but we got it. The Ronaldinho pluck, one of the most satisfying tricks to watch. First attempt. Not bad. Could be better. Ah. Nah.
a lot of fun to do, and when you pull it off, you do feel like a bit of a baller. It took 7 attempts to get a clean control, but once again, if this ball was coming down with 50,000 fans watching, it's a completely different story. From a technical standpoint, with a bit of practice, it's not too difficult to learn.
So this next skill is one of the most deceivingly hard skills in football.
I'm
and that's why we
mildly
don't
not
see it very often.
disappointed.
It's the overhead control.
I'm glad that everybody died. If I died, I don't want to kill it. Yeah, I said it. I want to parse. It makes me feel better about dying. I was like the first one to die, so. It's kind of my fault when you think about it. Even though I'm just damage. Unboned, sundown. What else? Why are everybody leaving? This is, we so easily have this. You not play World of Warcraft. Why are you here? The worst part is we don't have summons. We have no warlock. I'd switch my warlock just to be a warlock. I'd probably be like, all right. Yeah, a mythic guild would be cool. No. They get those brainiac nerd types that have like itineraries of like what you're supposed to farm. And when. So, okay, everybody needs 2 alts. Everybody's gonna run this and they're gonna run that. Mythic running guilds get crazy. Spreadsheets. Oh, Arcane right here. Oh.
Suppose I'm ready. I'm looking at my cards.
On camera now to see how it turned out. Here.
Is the map. I didn't expect to pull the pieces. That's over. Right. Settlers. Damn. One temple is so close.
As always, on time.
At least I got bullied. That's... I think they actually might be.
Sony's State of Play event is happening as we film this, but thanks to movie magic, I can still react to it. Oh my god! I'm so hyped for that! I mean, it could be good. Ugh, who thought that was a good idea? That's almost as bad as managing to leak upcoming Destiny 2 expansion, The Final Shape. Apparently, the DLC was preloaded to PlayStation's cloud streaming service, but Sony didn't set up proper protections to block access. Players who used the service then inadvertently got instant access to The Final Shape almost a week before it's supposed to launch. Once word got out, spoilers spread faster than Yo Mama spread peanut butter on toast when I asked her for a snack. She's an incredible woman. This game leaked so hard that we had trouble accessing the Destiny subreddit hours later. Fortunately for those who are excited for what's supposed to be the conclusion to 10 years of story, most of the game's narrative seems to be unspoiled. Players of the leaked DLC had to create a fresh character and therefore needed to play through the mandatory tutorial before accessing any of the campaign. By the time they could access the story, Bungie wiped the servers the way your mom wiped my face clean after I had SpaghettiOs. Bungie has since acknowledged the situation on some site called X.com and warned players about spoilers on social media. So instead of doom scrolling Reddit, why don't you call your mom? She worries about you.
I know, because we've reeking held hands.
League of Legends has managed to make its player base even saltier, if that were possible, by selling a limited time cosmetic bundle for $500. To celebrate the induction of esports star Faker into League's new Hall of Legends, Riot is selling what it calls some of our most generous bundles to date, featuring cosmetic skins for playable champion Ahri. Yeah, the cheapest bundle is $50. The most premium skins for the game's champions typically cost $30. And the bundle comes with some extra stuff, so maybe in the current live service dystopia we are living in, that's somewhat justifiable. But the most expensive bundle costs much more than that. In response, players who main Ahri are boycotting the character. Since ranked league games allow each team to vote on 3 champions that can't be played during the next match, some players want to use the feature to permaban Ahri, so no one who shells out half a month's rent gets to see the outfit they bought for their digital waifu. You should have thought of that. Unfortunately, the FOMO is so strong that some players are agreeing to loans to buy the skin. Guys, no, please. I'm gonna tell your mom about this and she will be unhappy. One third-party seller of League in-game currency is begging customers to stop indebting themselves. I know that I should blame Riot for manipulating its players, but some of the players are making that very difficult. There's some enabling going on here. Just stop. Just play X-Defiant, please, or something. More companies are getting into the handheld PC space. Mini PC maker Zotac has started to tease a new handheld that seems to be called The Zone.
Enter the zone.
Still a better name than MSI's Claw, but that isn't a high bar. Notably, the Zone will feature an OLED screen, something most of its competitors currently lack. A leaked spec sheet for the device obtained by Video Cards also states the Zone will have Hall effects as joysticks and triggers, 1080p resolution, 120 Hz refresh rate, and 1.25 hours of battery life.
What?
I mean, you can't have a tick in every column, but wow. In addition to Zotac, AData will also be releasing a handheld via its XPG gaming brand. Called the XPG NIA? AData hasn't said much about the upcoming handheld. Other than touting its repairability and ergonomics, the most noteworthy thing we know about the NIA is that it will feature eye tracking. We're not sure why, but I like to imagine that it will be programmed, so if it catches you staring at a butt for too long on a public bus, your handheld simply explodes. And you don't want to explode yet, because first you have to hear about our sponsor.
Nexago. No, that's not my impression of Chris Pratt's Mario. It's the company that can help you enhance your work from home setup. The Nexago HelloCam Pro features Windows Hello facial recognition for an effortless login experience. And it has an automated privacy cover that closes when the camera is inactive. Plus, you'll look great on your next meeting thanks to the HelloCam Pro's 1080p resolution and 60 FPS frame rate. Learn more about Nexago at the link below.
What is a quick bit? I'm asking you a question. Do you know? I don't. I have no idea. In another hilarious mistake, Sony has retracted an interview with Neil Druckmann of Naughty Dog due to significant inaccuracies. Druckmann took to Twitter with a full transcript of one of his answers to illustrate that his self-acknowledged rambling answers had been significantly edited down and paraphrased, despite being presented as verbatim responses. These edits included a particularly spicy line about how Naughty Dog's next project could redefine mainstream perceptions of gaming. While in the original, Druckmann is clearly talking about the potential of TV and movie adaptations in general, which definitely makes him sound far less like a self-aggrandizing nitwit. Multiverses, Warner Bros.' free-to-play answer to Super Smash Bros., officially launched this week, peaking at over 110,000 concurrent players. Wow. This follows a year-long hiatus where the game was essentially rebuilt in Unreal Engine 5. However, it seems that a fair number of features and even entire gameplay modes were left on the cutting room floor. Likewise, the cost of unlocking characters with earned currency has spiked and only 5 characters are available for free. Please explain why anyone would pay so much money just to find out who would win in a fight, Superman or LeBron James?
And a dog.
The answer, of course, should be Batman. A video game cheat maker has lost a court battle for the second time this week. Engine Owning will not only have to pay Activision around $14.5 million, but also turn over its website and stop making and selling cheats, which sure seems like a win until the anti-cheat companies go out of business. They have kids too.
Think of easy.
While Activision and Bungie probably aren't hurting for cash, these wins are worth celebrating, if only because they're actual wins. Employees at Intercept Games seem to have confirmed the studio is being shut down after Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick denied allegations Intercept was being shuttered. Earlier this month, reports emerged that Take-Two was closing its studios Roll 7 and Intercept Games, reports that Zelnick denied by saying, "We didn't shutter those studios." Yep, that's a denial. And he was right, technically, because according to the statements of several employees at Intercept, their whole team won't be laid off until the end of next month. So Zelnick wasn't lying, he was just being purposely misleading about the state of people's jobs, you know, like a dick. And Amazon Games will apparently be publishing a narrative-led open-world driving game developed by Forza Horizon veterans. Okay. The game studio Maverick Games is headed by Mike Brown, the creative director of Forza Horizon 5. Interestingly, the game's lead writer is Jamie Britton, the co-creator of the British teen drama series Skins. Some of those characters have cars.
Some of them have skin.
That show was known for its controversial storyline, so I imagine the plot of this game will be about winning races to pay back your drug dealer, with side stories that feature your driver drifting in and out of his friends' lives as he struggles with the trauma of his brother's death. Also, he cheats on his girlfriend a lot. And there'll be a lot more gaming news when you come back on Tuesday, so come on back, okay? Oh, it's your mom.
President Donald Trump took to the stage after being found guilty of 34 felony counts that almost nobody can name or actually understand. So Trump's message was simple.
We're dealing with a corrupt government. We have a corrupt country. Our elections are corrupt. Our borders are open. But he's a crooked judge, and you'll understand that. And I say that knowing that it's very dangerous for me to say that, and I don't mind, because I'm willing to do whatever I have to do to save our country and to save our Constitution. I don't mind.
And when President Dementia was asked if this was politically motivated,
Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
so anybody that's even paying the slightest amount of attention to this case or the election in general now knows without a reasonable doubt what these trials are actually about. Because the Democrats are just relying on the useful idiots being just ignorant enough to only read the headlines and think Trump is a convicted felon now and you can't vote for that. Because the title felon is usually affiliated with murderers, kidnappers, or other heinous crimes. But this is the game that they've been playing since 2016, and people are finally starting to catch on to it, as it used to be terrible to be labeled a racist. But then they decided that being in shape is racist. Not liking bad smells is racist. And even getting a good night's sleep is now somehow racist. So if somebody calls me a bigot, it almost means nothing now. The same way they conveniently changed the definition of vaccine back in 2021 to what it says now to better align with the current narrative that they were pushing. So when they get caught parroting a lie, don't admit that you were lying, just keep changing the English language until your statement is true. As being an anti-racist in 2024 would make you an actual racist any time before that. And the same thing with being called anti-vaccine or now convicted felon, it just doesn't mean as much when you gotta redraw the lines just to make sure one particular guy is on the wrong side. Because let's actually look at those 34 felony counts, as it all looks like different entries in a ledger that they're breaking into separate charges, just hoping that one of those entries out of 34 would stick over the course of just under a year. And it's interesting, as Clinton had previously paid off someone very openly, Congress has more recently paid out $17 million in arguably worse cases to likely keep their victims hushed. All while the current sitting president was recently told he couldn't be charged as he's simply too old.
One had classified documents in his house when he was a vice president and when he was a United States senator. The Department of Justice has come out and said that we're not going to prosecute because we frankly think he's an elderly gentleman who shouldn't go before prosecution. That's what the Her report says. Conversely, you have Jack Smith.
So how convenient that when Trump is suddenly surging ahead of Biden in all the polls, Biden's own approval rating has tanked lower than any president in the modern era ever, that only now do they want to hear this case in deep blue New York City.
And do you notice the timing? The timing was perfect. This case was dead. It was dropped by every agency, every governmental board. It was dropped by the highly respected Southern District. They said, no, there's no case here. It was dropped by federal election, and that's what it's about. This is about a federal election, not a state election. You're not even allowed to look at it. And then they saw the polls. I was leading the Republicans. I was leading the Democrats. I was leading everybody. And all of a sudden, they brought it back. It's a very sad thing that's happening in our country.
And now Trump is guilty of all 34 felonies, to which nearly never happens. But the jury did have confusing orders.
53 pages. This is complicated. This is lengthy stuff. It took the judge over an hour to read it, but guess what? The jury doesn't get this in the room during deliberation. They have to write questions, they write notes. They don't get these instructions. In New York, both parties have to agree and the judge has to agree. And in this case, it didn't happen. They don't have this in the room right now.
The judge even changed the guidelines defining a guilty verdict.
He said that there is no need to agree on what has occurred. They can disagree on what the crime was among the three choices. Thus, this means that they could split 4-4-4 and the judge would still treat them unanimously.
Was likely incredibly biased.
Well, if the case won't stand up on appeal, why was it ever brought in the first place? Why was a judge whose family has gotten rich off of Democratic Party fundraising allowed to preside over this thing in the first place?
And these are the judges Trump will see when he appeals a verdict. But somehow, after all of this, even CNN knows this will backfire.
People who are decidedly non-MAGA, not Trump fans, are blowing up tonight saying this case never should have been brought. This is ridiculous charges. It was egregious use of the criminal justice system. And I mean, I'm hearing people say, I had no intention of voting for Donald Trump, and now I am. And then if you ask the Trump campaign what's happening, you know, they literally broke their online donation portal because people were rushing to the internet to give them money in the minutes after the verdict. So I think there's a real chance here. This is going to massively backfire on the Democrats and help Donald Trump.
As Trump is receiving an enormous amount of support from voters.
So I just made a big donation to Donald Trump's campaign. I completely maxed out my credit card. And when I get paid tomorrow, guess what? I'm matching that donation again. Because I'm fucking tired of this bull. I'm tired of the tyranny from dictator Joe Biden.
We're going to put Donald Trump in office. And we want him to lock you motherfuckers up.
I vote for him in 2024.
You think people are still supporting him?
Of course they're supporting him.
Name me 3 things Biden did for us for real.
Hey, man, free Trump!
As his official statement about the fundraising shows that after he received the 34 felony convictions, he's actually raised $34.8 million from his donors, double his biggest day ever, which 29% of those donations were coming from first-time donors. But they already knew this was going to happen, as every time new charges are brought, mugshots are made, or any other desperate attempt to sway voters other than making American lives better have only made Trump's campaign richer, his base not only more motivated, but exponentially exponentially larger. So for them to know all of this and still go through with it makes me believe that they actually plan on throwing him in jail. Because back in 2016, Trump campaigned on throwing Clinton in prison, but after he won, he didn't, because only dictators and banana republics incarcerate their political rivals. But as soon as the Democrats took that mugshot, they knew there was no going back, because if they lose this rematch, Trump is coming right back at them. As certain publications report how unjust this trial has been from the start. It really seems like we have a North Korean-style state-sponsored media at this point, as ChatGPT could easily be writing all these articles. As these cases aren't about getting justice for so-called victims, they're about getting taglines for idiots.
Donald John Trump. Don't tell me. Is a convicted felon.
So now their Gen Z Democrat influencers can have little dance parties in their mansions. Because I can guarantee everybody between these dancing TikTok buffoons and the ladies from The View with their shoe-sized IQs know nothing regarding the case beyond what their handlers tell them. Because nobody would be celebrating the dismantling of democracy in the name of bad notes and a checkbook. Meanwhile ignoring the laptop, the diary, the billions sent overseas to his son's employer, the open borders, the murders, and just the rampant crime overall. Nobody's priorities or virtues could possibly be that backwards unless they were being compensated incredibly well to be that willfully naive. Now all this being said, do not fall for their 2021 size trap. As all over Reddit there's the same post talking about how Trump supporters are gonna pull an Antifa and start BLMing in the cities, when we already know how little that helps any cause. So I can't emphasize this enough. No fighting, no rioting, there's better ways to do this. The first starts with voting, as I've seen a lot of anonymous posts talking about being disenfranchised at a broken system, but I honestly think that's just a tactic to help Biden win, as the more the silent majority becomes outraged at what's happening in the country, the more Trump can blow right past the margin of pipe bursts, margin of error. But also, there's still some, not many, but some good Americans in office, as Jim Jordan has immediately called for the New York District Attorney to show up in front of Congress before the sentencing begins, to which I'm not positive, but I think they can actually go out and grab him, as willfully failing to comply is a misdemeanor. And the Speaker of the House, at least, is saying,
I do believe the Supreme Court should step in. Obviously, this is totally unprecedented, and it's dangerous to our system.
But even beyond all the useless politicians in office, I think it's clear that most Americans, given the choice to live in Trump's America or Biden's America, will choose mean tweets and prosperity over more wars and poverty. As the search data shows us, people donating to Trump has exploded online, and not just in red states, but almost the entire country is trying to give Trump's campaign cash. And all the search trends are trying to send Trump cash, as special interest groups don't donate through Google search. Because on one side you have Biden being confused by his watch while secretly starting World War III at the end of his presidency. With Trump pledging to end the wars, all he needs is your vote.
But we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it better than ever before. November 5th, remember, November 5th is the most important day in the history of our country. Thank you very much, everyone.
So if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status of today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on why Biden looks entirely different in videos posted on the same day.
Oh, good morning, students. Welcome to the show. Now today, I want to talk to you about mealtime. You know, mealtime's a very precious time. You save all of the best YouTube videos for mealtime because you just want to sit down and watch something cool. Think about the last time you ate without anything on, just in silence. That shit's lame. So in today's video, I'm going to show you how to watch the coolest stuff while you eat. And don't worry, I'm not going to put anything gross in the video. Like, for instance, my dog did just take a shit right there, but I censored it all out. You can't even tell what it looks like, and it is massive. But I'm going to protect you from stuff like that, because I got to eat too. Anyway, Narky, that was a nice shit. Here you go, you get a treat for that one. Anyway, just to get out of the way real quick, the worst thing you can watch while you're eating is this video of this guy shaving his asshole 3 inches from the camera. Unless, of course, you censor it with pictures of old ladies.
And slowly make my way to the inner parts of my butthole. I'm gonna go really slowly
See? That's me protecting you. All right, I'm gonna leave my comment. I was able to finish an entire Jersey Mike's Salsa Verde chicken cheesesteak while watching this. DM me if you think you can beat that. I have video proof. And post. Yeah, but seriously though, that's an open challenge. I've got video proof. For breakfast today, I made one of my favorites, shakshuka with a fresh baguette and French press of coffee. I got this recipe from Chef John over at foodwishes.com, so go check that out. After all, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. And the most important thing about breakfast is, what the hell am I gonna watch while I eat all of this? I mean, it's the morning. It should be something light, fun. Oh, I know. I'll watch Happy 147.
Breachers, a game that I've been playing for a little over a year now.
Here we go. This is genius. I got the stairs covered with the main gun, and I got the right covered with my sidearm.
Yeah, Happy's got to be one of my favorite video game YouTubers. It just seems like he's having so much fun. I love watching this guy while I eat.
Just keep it moving. Ooh, lose my balance. Ooh. All right.
The other thing I love about Happy's videos is that there are these little bite-sized morsels. By the time he's done with his video, I'm done with my breakfast. It's perfect. So thank you, Happy, for making... Oh, wait, what am I doing? I could just tell him in person. Hey, Happy, what's up?
Oh, hey, Eric, how's it going?
Well, I just wanted to thank you for making my breakfast so enjoyable today.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. What'd you make for breakfast?
I made a little shakshuka, some rustic bread, French press of coffee, oh, and a live grenade, but I don't know where I put that.
You mean this?
Yeah, there it is.
Hey, you're not gonna leave a comment on my channel, are you?
Hey, nice VR video, asshole. A little under-seasoned when you couldn't get any kills in the second half, but overall an appetizing treat. I think this video would pair perfectly with a 2019 Beaujolais Village. It's grapes grown during the middle of a drought, thus developing thicker skins and sweeter juice. Kinda reminds me of the drought we're experiencing on the gaming side of YouTube ever since all the Minecraft YouTubers got canceled for sex crimes and went into hiding. But just like the grapes of the Beaujolais Village, this channel has grown in their place to give us only the sweetest of juices. Also, Happy, there was another grenade the whole time.
A what now?
And post. All right, bye, Abby.
Bye-bye.
All right, well, I'm off to work. I'll see you guys for lunch. Come here.
You know, I have to just realize I like to eat a little something on the way to work. This is just a muffin. There's nothing really too special. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to watch something while I'm eating it and driving, you know what I mean? Oh, hey, look at that. The video's from today's sponsor, MeUndies.com. Let's give that a look. Oh, fuck!
Thank you for coming all the way down here to do an interview.
Oh, thank you, sir. I really feel I could be a valuable asset to this company.
Why's that?
Well, you know
what? I'm going to stop you right there. You see, here at Peters and Dixon, we're all about one thing and one thing only. Sales. You understand?
Yeah.
All right, good. Sales are our bread and butter.
Oh man, I'm so nervous right now. Totally blowing this interview. What was that old trick we used to do when we were kids? Right! Imagine him in his underwear.
Let me show you a little diagram of what I mean.
Holy crap, are those MeUndies? From MeUndies.com/BigBunny?
We're talking about quarterly profits.
They are MeUndies! That's the seed you later designed. Just one of many fun and vibrant prints they have available at MeUndies.com/BigMoney.
You might notice there's a big chunk right here that's just missing. What's happening there? I don't know. Sales.
Plus, they come in sizes from extra small to 4XL, which guarantees a flattering cut for everyone.
Hey, kid.
Oh, shit.
You still with me?
Yeah, sir. Locked in.
All right, good. I was in the middle of explaining something.
Oh, man, now he's wearing the bottlenoses design. The MeUndies signature fabric is so soft and breathable, I just know he's in a world of comfort over there. And it's not just underwear. You can go to MeUndies.com/BigMoney to browse their entire collection of joggers, hoodies, swimwear, and more.
Plus, MeUndies only uses sustainably sourced materials. Nice
Money.
dick, by the way.
Thanks. Wait, what?
Make your imagination a reality at MeUndies.com/BigMoney for 20% off your first order and free shipping.
For lunch, I packed a turkey sandwich, some chips, and a beer. But this is no ordinary turkey sandwich. No, I cooked this turkey myself thanks to Chef John from foodwishes.com. Go check that out. And I could just sit here alone and quietly eat my turkey sandwich, or I could load up something cool to watch while I enjoy my meal. Thankfully, there's an entire subreddit for mealtime videos. It's called Mealtime Videos. All right, let's see what we got here. No, this looks dumb. This one's way longer than a sandwich. Huh, I wonder what this is.
Welcome to mealtime, Chief. What are you eating over there? Whoa, don't click out of the video. It's mealtime. You gotta watch me eat, I'm watching you eat. Let's go. I'll tell you what, this hoagie is delicious. What the fuck? Oh, there's a condom in my hoagie. Oh, that's weird. Oh well.
Oh, right, yeah, I remember uploading this. Well, I'm glad it wound up on the subreddit where it belongs.
Fuck that soy boy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was the place for mealtime videos. I didn't realize there was all this bureaucratic bullshit going on. You know what? I'm just gonna eat my sandwich with these guys.
That's a really good looking hoagie, man.
I have literally never seen Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Never before.
Like I'm aware that the game exists.
Welcome back.
Goes often with a picture. Definitely more, I don't know, of a like science fiction feel, I would say then. Terraforming Mars is one of my favorite board games, so I'm already getting interested. And the text says, add 1 field spell from your deck to your hand. Alright, I understand deck, I can understand hand.
Field spell, for example, is, I guess, what a permanent would be in Magic.
That makes sense. So you have spell cards, and that just give like a one-time effect.
Yes.
Field spells that remain on the
They remain on the board. They have a dedicated zone called the field spell zone.
How many cards do you start with in the game?
So you start off 5 cards in hand. Your deck has to be a minimum of 40 cards up to a max of 60.
So then I'm sure we'll get to what the field spells actually do. But my first impression of this is that it is gotta be an absolute staple, like nearly broken card, because it comes at no cost at all. You cast it and then you search through your entire deck, at least that's how I interpret it, and just select the best field spell that you can gain access to. In Magic we would call that a tutor. Like in Magic those are often like the best types of effects you can have, because they just add consistency to your deck, right? They allow you to always get the best cards from your entire library, or alternatively the best card for the situation, to, I don't know, counter whatever the opponent might have, or to synergize with what you have in hand. And if this has no cost at all, then yeah, this seems like an absolute staple to me.
Frank, you're 1 for 1. Terraforming is a staple card. Terraforming is really, really good because, like you said, there's no cost to it and you just get to play it. In Yu-Gi-Oh, we often balance things around the text having a little bit of a snippet that says just, you can only use this effect once per turn, or once per turn you can do this.
Yeah, there's no
Terraforming does not have that.
Yeah.
You just play it, you get a field spell from your deck. Field spells are very, very powerful. There's a lot of decks that just revolve around their field spell doing a lot of stuff for them. There's a field spell called Union Hanger that you can play, and it searches you out another monster that synergizes with the field spell, or a creature, I guess. And then you can summon that creature, because there's no mana requirements, because nothing in Yu-Gi-Oh has a cost unless it says it on the card.
That is still just wild.
And then that
to me.
field spell does something else with that monster. Field spells are really, really good. A lot of decks just revolve around their field spell. So having a card that can search out a field spell is amazing.
It's just extra copies of the best cards in your deck.
Terraforming, a little bit of an easier one. We're going to move on to the second card.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's go. If you would like to give this card a read for me. It's a lot of text.
It's a red reboot, a trap card. So maybe that's also a sign that this is a trap. We'll see. When your opponent activates a trap card, okay, so like it's about trap cards in both of the players' decks. Negate the activation, so that sounds like in Magic terms a counter spell. And if you do, set that card face down. Then they can set 1 other trap directly from their deck. Okay, so it gets countered, and then they pick a trap from their deck that they put down. For the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, your opponent cannot activate trap cards. You can activate this card from your hand by paying half your LP. That's probably your life points. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Red Reboot is a counter trap card. Unless you have another counter trap card, you can't respond.
Right.
It's the highest spell speed that you can kind of get to, kind of like, you know, the way you have spell speed in Magic as well. Trap cards have an inherent downside where they must be set face down on the field, and you have to wait one turn until you can activate them.
So then the trap that is countered, it's like it still lingers around on.
It stays on the field and
on
actually
the field
goes
for next turn.
Yeah, and it goes face down again.
Well, then my first thought is what we would call a Magic card disadvantage, because well, you have to use this. The opponent gets a free new trap from their deck. The existing trap that gets countered, well, it's not there for a turn, so you basically throw away one card and the opponent gets a card for free, if I think long term. So then a couple of questions that I would need for additional context. How common are trap cards in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yu-Gi-Oh is typically more monster focused at this current time, and it has been for quite a long time as well. Trap cards are often used in side decks as, if you're going first, because you have to set a trap card beforehand, it can be a little bit of a nuisance if you draw it when you're going second. So you can side it in game 2 or 3 when you know you were going first.
Another question for context is, like, how many turns is a typical game of Yu-Gi-Oh?
How long you think a game of Yu-Gi-Oh goes for?
If it would be similar to Magic, it could be around, I don't know, like 7 turns or so on average. But given that you asked me this question and that this card is over here and like with the mechanics of traps, maybe it's only like 1 or 2 turns then?
Yu-Gi-Oh typically on average lasts about 3 turns. Being my turn, turn 1, your turn, turn 2.
Oh, we count
my
it that
turn,
way.
yeah, we count it that way, not the other way.
Wow.
Most decks aim to, on turn 3, be killing your opponent.
That does make this card far better, because, yeah, what I mentioned about the disadvantage that the opponent still has the same trap card for later turns, yeah, that is completely negated then. Right, it also said that you can activate this card from your hand by paying half your LP. So that kind of gets around the typical trap restriction where you cannot use it until like 1 turn has passed, right?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, well, life points tend to be a resource in these kinds of games, so that is probably not the biggest cost. I think the effect is gonna be actually very powerful if you can be, I don't know, like 80% sure that the opponent will have a trap in the early game. Then this is basically a counterspell for free, because all the downsides are negligible, because the game is probably over by the time like those next traps would come into effect. My first thought is this is going to be a sideboard staple, but a main deck stinker.
That assessment is actually perfect. Nobody would ever really run this in their main deck, ever. So you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
Red Reboot recently got banned. Red Reboot was at 1 for the longest time, which felt real kind of sacky or kind of unfair if you drew it, because you drew your 1-off that could stop your opponent from doing something, and then you could win the game off that. The reason Red Reboot is so good in the sideboard, right, is you don't really want to run traps in your main deck unless you're a trap-focused deck, unless they do things that are important from hand and stuff like that. Because if you end up going second, it's just dead cards in hand, because you have to set them and wait a turn. So traps actually usually kind of fall out of the Yu-Gi-Oh meta. When you're going into games 2 and 3 though, if you win, you let your opponent choose if you get to go first or second. Alright? So what your opponent can do is, if they've lost, they can go, okay, well what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take all the cards out that like aren't really good, say going second, and replace them with cards that are good going first, right?
Smart.
So you can take a bunch of trap cards that are just essentially floodgates, cards that will shut your opponent down. Say something like, oh, the opponent can only summon twice per turn, or the opponent can't use spells this turn, or something like that, right? And because the way traps work, they can be activated at any point in a chain or during like open game state if your opponent passes the open game state. If your opponent trains a floodgate and you don't really have a response to it, and you're like, what am I supposed to do now? Or they can chain it in response to a summon, and you're like, now I'm locked into this specific type of monster now and I can't get rid of it. Red Reboot is amazing, because you can just go, okay, from my hand, I'm gonna throw a Red Reboot, pay half my life points. Oh no, my life points are now halved. I'm only on 4,000 life points. You start with 8,000 life.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Start with 8,000 life. Don't worry, the attack points of the monsters are inflated as well.
Yeah, we start with 20 in Magic. How did we
You're
get
like,
to
pay
8,000?
10 life points. Like, what happened?
8,000?
Where to do? Because if your opponent activates a floodgate, you can just go, okay, pay half my life points, throw this in the grave, and then I'm going to shut down that spell. Sure, your opponent gets to get a trap from the deck and place it on the field, but a little stipulation as
You
well
will have
that
probably won the game by then.
what Red Reboot also says is that for the rest of the turn, your opponent cannot activate trap cards.
Oh, yeah.
So if they have multiple trap cards, it exists in what we call our extra deck, which is, I've seen a few people explain it as like a 15-slot commander zone, where you can basically, usually from one of those three places. In rare, exceptional circumstances, you can use a fusion card to send cards from your deck.
If I look at the effect.
Okay, cool.
Last final check that.
And it's not when the card is sent to the graveyard, it's not when the card is banished from the field.
And that is, I need zombies to sacrifice.
So here it's any two tuners. Tuners are monsters that you need to synchro summon. But this fusion monster just happens to require two tuners.
Okay. And you only have one summon per turn, right?
No, you have infinite special summons.
You
have only got one normal summon or tribute summon.
Okay, I have one last question before I make a judgment. Are summoning the basic tuners somehow like free or easy? It's like because like you have two things you have to sacrifice for that. So
yeah,
and you can summon only one monster per turn, right? In the basic rules?
You can only put one monster, like normal summon one monster from your hands to the field once per turn. Tuners have gotten a lot of support in the last couple of years in order to kind of get them out because they really want to bring back some of the old summoning mechanics, make them a little bit easier. I also feel like I require to tell you this just because I will get flamed in the comments if I don't.
Then don't. Flame in the comments.
All right, okay, let them, let them flame me for being
Let
mean
your
to
rage
poor
fuel the comments.
They're just gonna be like, it's not fair, you didn't tell them everything. You go for it.
I think that tuners are somewhat easy to summon and pretty weak.
Okay.
And this is one of those cases where you can actually turn something very weak into something reasonably strong with 2,201 which is also no cost from the side deck, like you have to put it inside. So I would say that card is very good in the decks that it's played. Yeah.
An instant fusion.
Not at all for the reasons he's talking about. The reasons which make it good is that you can cheat it out with like instant fusion, and it's also two. There's a level 5 tuner that you can just card can bring it out. Level 5 is actually pretty high. So it makes it so you don't normally use farms or any other.
Fusion lets you pay 1,000 life points in order to special summon one fusion monster that is level 5 or lower out of your extra deck. Konami's reasoning was that you could like get out using instant fusion. You could cheat this out, right? And then you'd have a level 5 tuner, and high level tuners are premium because it means that way you need to sacrifice.
And you need 5 stars to add to the level.
Yeah, so the high level tuners are premium for getting out kind of like stronger boss monsters. So Konami, when this card was released, they were like, this card's broken, you are going to lose your mind, when in reality, this card is kind of not great. Sure, it's really good if you can get it out, but you're never going to try and summon this, like traditionally with 2 tuners. You're always going to try and use something like instant fusion, or it actually did get support recently with ready fusion, and it still hasn't seen play.
Yeah.
Instant fusion got limited to 1, so that meant that
also makes
it a little bit harder to get this card out.
And there are probably also a lot of other creatures you want to instant fusion.
Yeah, there are a lot of good instant fusion targets, but this card was supposed to be one, but it really didn't work out.
My first inclination was it has no text, it must be bad.
In a lot of cases, if there's no text on the card, it's pretty bad.
Because like
maybe
then you
there's
can
cards
just
that support it, but
then you can just like kill it with one spell, or like as you said, if games take like 2 or 3 turns, you're not attacking with a 2,000.
Yeah, you're never using this card to attack. You are using this card to kind of like synchro climb a little bit, but even then, the game is so fast that like you're very, there's a lot better ways to get synchro something.
Right.
Yeah. We will go card number 3. This is no.
This is the amount of text I expect.
Yeah. This is more akin to normal Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
So we have no material, and it costs 1. So it's a creature that has no power and 1,000 defense. So already I assume that's some form of like building stone for something. If your opponent special summons a monster while you control no cards, you can discard this card, then target one face-up monster your opponents control this turn that monster cannot be tributed or used as material for a fusion, synchro, X, Y, Z, or Link summon. Or you cannot summon Link. You can only use this effect as no material once per turn. The way it reads, right? Let's say we play a game and you start the game.
Sure.
Which, if games take 2 to 3 turns, going second seems to be like a major disadvantage.
Yes.
But your bonus, like not your bonus, but your natural state of the board is if you go second, you have nothing on board.
Yeah.
So that naturally works. If your opponent special summons a monster, as you probably said, that happens a lot because you want to summon a lot of things in one turn. While you're controlling, you can discard this card, then target face-up monster your opponent controls cannot be tributed.
So the way this works, just to like give a little explanation, right? No material is a hand trap. And a hand trap is a card that you can use in order to kind of like disrupt your opponent's plays.
Yes.
There are a myriad of hand traps. Some are good, some are not to say terrible, but haven't really seen competitive play because they just don't fit into the meta at the moment, right? No material does a very specific thing where if you control no cards, so that includes spell, traps, and monsters.
Nothing, yeah.
You can pitch this card and target a monster on the field. That monster cannot be used for any of the extra deck summoning mechanics, or you cannot tribute that card as your normal summon for this turn.
So my question would be then, if you play a creature and you want to tribute it as soon as you play it, do I have a window to go in between?
So the way Yu-Gi-Oh works is it's like there's open board game state and then closed game state, right? Open game state is when priority gets like passed back to your opponent and they can do something that isn't like spell speed 2 or kind of like an instant level of like playing. This card's a quick effect, meaning that it's kind of like an instant. To tribute a monster to special something out of your hand has to be open game state, right?
Okay, but once the monster's in play, you have the open game state you start with.
You have a small window called after summon.
Ah, very good.
Where
Yes.
you
This
can
is what I needed to know.
chain this card to it if you wanted to.
That makes this card much better because otherwise I couldn't even get into.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would say, well, in an environment where it's either kill or get killed, this card seems to be like a neat defense mechanism against decks that try to kill you before you can even act. The question is, when you dilute your decks with those cards, your deck naturally gets weaker because once this game state doesn't apply anymore, you have no use for it. I mean, you're not playing in a zero attack defender 1000. So I would say, in the given situation, like if the meta defines it, it can be kind of okay, but there are probably better effects that do this for 0 mana.
Okay. So Stinker it is?
Stinker.
You are correct. So no material is, like you said, it's very good in the sense if there is a deck that it kind of hard counters, it's very, very good. But it has a very heavy restriction. You cannot control any cards.
Yeah.
Like you can't control any cards at all. So that makes it really, really awkward if you draw this going like turn 3. If you're going first and you draw this, it does nothing, right?
Yeah.
And even then, like the whole objective is you stop your opponent from being able to use a monster on the field as any of the extra deck mechanics or like tributing, right? But there's only some decks that shuts down, right? There's other decks where you can still kind of circumvent that by maybe getting out 2 other monsters and then
it doesn't forbid it for the whole turn, only
stop.
one monster.
Yeah, it's just one monster. It doesn't stop everything else. This card would be pretty good against something like Sky Striker that relies on kind of using one monster to kind of like go into one other monster, right? But its inherent disadvantage of this card is terrible if you put anything on the field, means that it just has a lot of kind of disadvantages compared to like other hand traps that can stop your opponent from getting to a monster in the first place. It just means that like this card is really, really niche and a good tech against certain things, but it hasn't seen a lot of competitive play. So that was very good. You read that one very good, very well. Let's move on to card number 4.
Yes.
Okay, card number 4.
Pot of Prosperity.
Yes.
So it's a spell. Banish 3 or 6 cards of your choice from your extra deck.
Yep.
So about no cost, right? Because your extra deck just comes with you.
Yep.
For the rest of the turn, after this card resolves, any damage your opponent takes is halved. Wait, your opponent takes?
Yeah.
Okay, that's bad for you. Also excavate cards from the top of your deck equal to number of cards banished and add 1 excavated card to your hand Place the rest of the bottom of your deck in any order. You can only activate one Pot of Prosperity per turn. You cannot draw cards by any effects you activated this turn. So whenever something says you can only activate one, it's probably good. Like, the card is probably better than...
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of kind of like, they've kind of moved away from once per turn to you can only activate the effect of this card once per turn, because by naming the card specifically, it means that you can't use another copy of it.
Yeah.
Whereas if it said, oh, you can only use the effect once per turn, you can just keep using different cards, because they all count as different cards. It's, yeah.
Okay, so banish means they're gone forever.
Yeah, and they're also banished face down, and face down cards are very hard to interact with.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you can choose either 3 or 6.
Yep.
Why would you choose 6 if you can choose 3? Okay, for the rest of this turn, after this card's resolved, any damage your opponent takes is halved. It's just mainly to get like your card and board situation to a good point. Also, excavate cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of cards. What is excavate?
So excavate is, so what you do is you take the top whatever amount of cards, so if you banish 6, you take the top 6 off your deck, and you get to look at those, and then pick one of those, add it to your hand, then you put them in any order on the bottom of your deck.
So you just look for one card?
Yeah, out of the 6 cards you can dig into it, or the 3 cards you can dig into your deck if you wanted to.
It's very heavy on restrictions. So in Magic we would call that cards like quality fixing, like because you're like we have impulse. You just basically look at the top 6 cards, and then you're looking for something really important for your deck, and then you get it, and your extra deck doesn't really matter, and your life totals of your opponent doesn't matter. You look for something that makes an infinite combo, for example, or something like it's almost how many cards does a
40 minimum? 60 is your max in Yu-Gi-Oh!
So 6 cards is like a fifth of the deck. That gets you 2 cards that you really need, like if you find like a solution to your opponent's deck. But then you can not draw any additional cards in your turn, which I assume is a very big part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Out of feeling, I would say this is a staple.
So you're pretty much like 90% there in terms. So this card is a staple. It's exceptionally powerful.
Yeah.
Pot of Prosperity is easily one of the most stupid cards you can like have in your deck if you need consistency.
Yes.
Right. So how Pot of Prosperity works is if you're going first, you don't get a battle phase.
Yes.
Your monsters can't attack that turn. You have to.
So the half damage thing doesn't.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter on turn 1. So it's usually by turn 3, it's back to you, and you're killing your opponent. Is how you kind of want the game to go, right? And Pot of Prosperity is an amazing card going first or going second for a couple of reasons. Prosperity, if you're going first, allows you to, say if you brick entirely, there's no mulligan in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
You open up the worst hand and Pot of Prosperity. You can then say, okay, look, I'm going to banish 6 cards from my kind of toolbox, right? And I need to think about what I'm gonna need, what I really want based off of my hand situation, banish those 6, and dig into my deck for 6. But you've already drawn 5, so you're now digging into your roughly 35 card deck 6 times more to try and find something else. And that's really powerful because it can give you a trap to disrupt your opponent's plays.
Yeah.
It can give you a combo starter. It can give you an extender. It can give you a board breaker. It can give you anything you really need, right? To insulate yourself from your opponent. But even going second, this card is really, really good because if obviously your opponent now takes half battle damage, right? So that's not great because you do want to kill your opponent. But say your opponent sets up a board, right? And you have no way around it. Even if you opened up like the nuts in your hand and you genuinely have like an amazing combo, you have nothing to kind of stop your opponent from interacting with you, meaning, okay, I might like lose because I'll just disrupt my combo entirely. If you use Pot of Prosperity and they don't negate it, they don't Ash Blossom it, which stops you from like adding to hand, you can dig 6 cards deep into your deck, and I cannot express how many times I've set up a board and gone, okay, I win now. And they go, Pot of Prosperity, and I've been unable to stop it. I'm like, sure. And they go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, look, on the 6th card, a board breaker.
Yeah.
That I can't deal with.
Because they don't know what solution or what defense they need before you, like, after you turn. Yeah.
So Pot of Prosperity is super good. Take a guess how much this card is on card market.
€30.
It's currently sitting somewhere about €80 for a German copy, and roughly around €100 for maybe an English copy.
I mean, that also kind of says that about every deck wants to have that card.
Yeah, basically. All right, our last card. You feeling good?
Yes.
You think you can?
This is the tiebreaker now.
This is the tiebreaker. Do you think you can pull this off?
Yes.
Okay, cool. We will go with their final card.
Max C.
Yes, Max C.
Two stars, 500, 200. I just assume those numbers don't mean anything for Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Yeah, there you go. You're already learning Yu-Gi-Oh very well. It's like you don't have to look at the attack stats. You just go, all right, well.
I mean, literally none of those cards.
What's the effect say?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Quick effect. That's good. You can send this card from your hand to the graveyard this turn. Each time your opponent special summons a monster, immediately draw a card. You can only use this effect of Max C once per turn. You can only, like the quick effect, not the drawing.
Yeah.
Like if your opponent special summons 3 things, you draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
So that's that. If you announce you want to special summon something, can I use this card and then knowing I will draw a card for it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have to do it before. I know I will draw a card.
It's a quick effect. You can do it at any point after your opponent does something.
That is different in Magic, depending on how many special summons there are, which I assume are a lot. You can cast multiple quick effects in a turn, right? Like you're not restricted to this. Okay, if your opponent special summons a lot, or some, it gives you a very cheap pot.
And defense 2.
Like Blue Eyes White Dragon decks that revolve around actually just doing things with Blue Eyes White Dragon and cheating it out.
Okay.
This card sees absolutely zero play in the meta TCG.
But it's an expensive card, right?
Depending on like the copy, it can be expensive, but like it's had a million reprints, so it's not expensive at all.
All right.
Unless you have an LOB printing, in which case call me. Okay, card number 2. That was a very easy.
Sword per turn. Oh, once per turn.
So there's also a very specific.
Pretty good. So you draw 2 cards, any of these effects, quick effect. You can discard this card, negate that effect. Oh, negating effects.
Yep. So you get to negate effects. So yeah, different from Sword Soul where it has to be on the field. This just negates an effect of a card.
And then you can.
We love looking at the multi-million-pound super yachts, but I've always said that the very ethos of boating is that it should be accessible to everybody. And I mean that financially, and I mean that ably. And that's why today I'm really, really pleased to bring this boat to you, because this is freedom. And the whole point of this boat is to help people who are living with disabilities get afloat. It's a charity-run boat. It's staffed entirely by volunteers, and we're going to meet a couple of them and have a chat about what they do with the boat, how it operates, and the charity in general. So this, I think, is going to be fascinating. It's a very, very purpose-made boat. We're going to talk about that as well and how it's adapted. And I think it's going to be interesting. I think you're going to enjoy this one. So we'll step on here. You'll notice straight away that there's a ramp, and of course, it'll be very obvious what that's for. We'll step onto here, and we're going to meet Graham, who is a senior skipper, and also Andrew, who's also a skipper. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. Hello, Nick. Welcome to Freedom.
Thank you very much indeed. It's interesting to mention Andrew in particular because Andrew contacted me because he's an Aquaholic fan.
Very much. And one of your yacht club members too.
You are indeed, that's true, yes. If you've not seen the yacht club, go to Patreon and check that out. So gentlemen, this is a fascinating boat. It's obviously a very purpose-made boat. What's it all about? What's the general purpose of the boat and what do you do with it?
The general purpose of the boat is to be able to take people to sea that wouldn't normally be able to get to sea. And in our case, it's mainly people living with disabilities.
Right.
Physical disability, mental disability, that kind of thing. And it's just getting people out there at sea, and they just wouldn't normally have the chance, and that is what it's all about.
Fantastic.
That's the reason we do it.
Brilliant. So can we have a quick look around the boat, and perhaps you can show me how it's been built, because this is a purpose-built boat, isn't it?
It's a purpose-built boat. It's a standard safe boat, but it's been converted for our purposes, and we've been going a long time, and over the years we've worked out what we need and what we don't need,
right.
And this is kind of the culmination of all those ideas all put together. Rather strangely, it might sound a bit odd, the boat is almost designed around the toilet, which is specially built to allow wheelchairs in and that kind of thing. So that's quite a big part of the build of the boat.
Yeah.
Obviously, it goes much further than that. We have these seats here, which can be lifted up, and we've got these brackets down here, which we attach harnesses to, and we can strap a wheelchair in here. We can take 6 wheelchairs on the boat, plus 6 other passengers. We're licensed for 12 and 3 crew. So we can have 6 wheelchairs all the way down through there. We've got access to the back for a ramp, and if we're alongside somewhere, we've got another ramp there. We can drop down so people can get outside of the boat. So
It's probably worth mentioning actually, which I haven't done yet, is the fact we're in Weymouth.
Yes.
In Dorset.
Yes.
That's quite an important point,
Yes.
isn't it, as to where the boat actually is. So how old is this actual boat?
The boat was brought into service 2021. This is its 4th season now.
Okay.
So it's it's not very old at the moment.
And how old is the charity?
The charity goes back 42 years.
Wow.
Started off with, I think it was a 27-foot aqua something or other.
Yep.
And then it went to a catamaran like this. The catamaran wasn't purposely built. It was a fishing boat that was converted, which was kind of a halfway sort of thing. It didn't quite work. And from that boat, we learned what we needed, and we went for the same hull, but with a lot of changes made to it.
Fantastic. That's brilliant. Okay, and engines. Let's talk about engines, because we're stood right over them.
Yeah, engines. Just lift the hatch up, Andy, for me, please. Yeah, these are JCBs. They're just under 200 horsepower each.
I don't think I've seen a boat with JCB
No,
engines.
they're fairly new to the scene. Although as JCB, they don't mess around, and they've really hit it quite big from now. I think in America, I think they're used quite a lot.
Okay.
But so far so good, isn't it? I mean, we haven't really had any issues with them. They're very economical.
It's about 13 litres an hour at our sort of operating speed.
Yes, that's right. They're very good. And we haven't had any real issues at all. Just a few minor things, but nothing major. Our engine checks at the moment just consist of opening the lid and saying it's still there, and everything's fine. So hopefully it'll remain that way for some time.
How many hours do you reckon you put on these a year? Any idea?
I reckon, looking at, we've got about 1,300 hours on there, so we must be putting about 400-500 hours a year, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, so we're operating from April to October, weekdays, 2 trips a day. So we're out a lot. I think last year we took over 1,400 passengers.
Wow.
So yeah, so we're busy.
Yeah.
And we often have a waiting list for people wanting to come on the boat.
It's worth mentioning, I think, while we're at that point, and what I think about it, if somebody does want to come on a trip, how do they organise that, and what does it cost?
Okay, that's in terms of organising it. Then via our website, there's a phone number to ring our bookings officer, and Paul will look at availability and book anyone on as a group or individuals if there's spaces. We don't charge for the trips.
Okay.
The whole charity relies on donations and fundraising. We don't have any paid staff, and there's approximately 40 members within the charity. So everything from sort of fundraisers, secretary, skippers, crew, are all voluntary.
Right.
We give up our time, but we're all really passionate about the charity. We love what we do. We love the boat. We love to see the smiles on our clients that come, that enjoy freedom. And to say your slogan of the joy of life afloat, I think really sums up the Friends of MV Freedom charity as well. I mean, we're just so passionate about it. We love it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's really great. Let's have a look a bit further then. Perhaps we can go and have a look at the... yes, that's not a bad plan. We should have a look at the wheelhouse, but on the way around we should have a look at the toilet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're a grand opening.
Yes, we do this airline style.
That's fantastic. So you can actually wheel a wheelchair into it?
Yeah, especially adapted, so we can get a wheelchair in.
Yeah.
And obviously turn it round, which is so it's quite a big piece of the boat. And when I say we designed the boat around it, that is partially true.
Wow.
Yeah, how we worked it into the wheelhouse.
It's quite an important thing, isn't it?
It's
Because
absolutely vital. Yeah,
fundamental.
people want to feel comfortable.
Yes, that's right.
And there's nothing worse than going out and trip and thinking,
Exactly.
am I going to last?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it's electric flush. So it's all mod cons.
Yep.
It's not heated seat, unfortunately, but
can't have everything.
But this evening, they said
to be able
he gets work. You can.
What's mentioning actually, which I haven't done yet.
Okay, electric.
Stupid things, don't we?
This is Galleon's new 560. It launched at the end of last year, and as ever with Galleon, it's a feast of options and moving parts and clever thinking, and we're going to give you a tour of the entire ship. So we're going into guest areas, deck areas, crew areas, as we've got it here. Another drop balcony on this side, which we don't have down because we've got a boat alongside at the moment. But again, we'll come back to that. Let's take in the interior first of all, because this is
not interested. There's nothing in there.
If a police officer stops somebody for an equipment violation, they can only hold that individual for a reasonable amount of time, and that is the amount of time it takes to write a ticket or a warning for that equipment violation. The innocent victim here who submitted the footage to me knows his rights though, and he even asks the officer, "Are you allowed to prolong this traffic stop to engage in a drug investigation?"
This is not a violation to extend the traffic stop beyond the course of the initial stop to, like, get a dog? No. Like,
nope. Not surprisingly, this police officer has no idea what the constitutional law actually is here.
I mean, we're not going to be out here for hours, so we're doing our due diligence as officers.
Did the officer violate this man's constitutional rights by holding him, asking him drug questions, and then making him wait for a dog to come sniff around his vehicle? Let's look at the specific facts that were captured on video here, then I'll tell you what the law is, and that will give us the answer. But real quick, let me tell you about the sponsor for this video, and constitutional rights are very important to the sponsor. The sponsor of this video is NMN from Black Forest Supplements, and here's why I like this product. We're entering a new realm of tyranny. Consider this, the IRS has amassed an arsenal of 4,500 guns, 5 million rounds of ammo to control it. And this move isn't based on the efficacy or safety of NMN, but it's aimed at cornering the market and keeping us in line. I don't promote many people, but I genuinely respect these guys. They're fighters, they stand up to government tyranny. I asked them if they could offer a special deal, and they agreed to an amazing buy two, get one free 48-hour deal. I wanted my audience to have a chance to get their hands on NMN before any potential restrictions come into play. So I urge you to check out the link below and grab some for yourself before it's too late. Now let's get back to the video. So this happened in Pflugerville, Texas on April 13th, 2023. The driver writes, "A passenger and I were driving within the speed limit on Pflugerville Parkway. At 14:24 hours, Officer Z. Tatum, badge number 436, did a U-turn and got behind my vehicle. He remained behind me through 3 stoplights and then engaged his emergency lights at 14:32. He approached the passenger side of my vehicle and explained the reason for the stop was that my third center brake light wasn't functioning, and he intended to give me a written warning for that. He collected my driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance and then returned to his cruiser. At 14:35, he returned to the driver's side and asked me to exit my vehicle. I asked why, and he said, 'I just want to talk to you.' Oh yeah, and pay attention to the times here, because they're going to be very important.
Are you supposed to have 2 stickers on that car?
Nope.
Really? Because there's definitely a spot for a second sticker on the
They don't
left
do
side.
it. It's got the month on there. It's got the month and the year.
So what goes on the
They
left
used
side?
to. They used to.
Yeah.
I used to have 2, but now.
Oh, they changed it.
And you can see that the month and the year
Oh yeah,
are
I
on
can
that
see that.
sticker.
That's why I was asking. I didn't know if it was a 2 sticker.
You mind if I get a cigarette?
I do.
Okay.
Are they like readily available?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just we usually don't let people get down in the car.
She will hand you a cigarette. I teach class twice a year in Oakland, California.
Yeah.
And so I would just like leave my truck where it was
Yeah.
and fly. I had an apartment in Oakland at that time. And
Would you fly like a prop plane or like commercial?
yeah, it was just like commercial.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what's her name? Oh,
Tatum.
Tatum?
Yeah, that's I stand like this so much that it
Right.
rubs off.
Number 436.
That's correct.
And you're Adkins, number 391. Thank you.
Officer Tatum explained that he had called a neighboring jurisdiction and had requested a canine officer to report to the scene.
Is there any reason that she would have narcotics or anything around here that you wouldn't know about?
Nope.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll see if the dog's available. If not, I gotta finish inputting your information. That's what I was doing. And then you'll be on your way. Not a big deal. So.
We're waiting for a dog. Not to my knowledge.
All right. While they're sorting that out, okay. I'm gonna go finish up that warning so that if there's not a dog available, you guys will be on your way.
He repeatedly asked if there were drugs in the car, by name each time. I honestly answered that there were no drugs in the car.
Okay. What about like small amounts of marijuana?
No marijuana.
Okay. So Texas
No drugs of any kind. I don't smoke marijuana.
So no something over like $10,000.
I just spent my last $13 for the gas.
All right. Any heroin in the car?
No, there are no drugs in the car. There are no guns in the car.
All right. What about like methamphetamine?
There are no drugs in the car.
Okay. What about
Of any
pills?
kind. There are no drugs in the car.
Okay.
At all.
All right. You consent to this?
No.
No. Okay.
I also offered that there were no weapons in the car and voluntarily surrendered my pocket knife, placing it on the roof of the car.
I have a pocket knife right there. That's.
Do you mind if I pick it up?
I don't. Can I do it?
By all means.
I don't consider that a weapon. I consider it a tool. I mostly cut tape with it.
I asked Officer Tatum what reasonable suspicion he had that there were drugs in the vehicle, but he only gave me vague responses. I asked about the legality of extending the stop beyond the scope of writing the warning for the infraction that was the purpose of the stop, and he insisted that it was within his authority to do so. I asked again about what reasonable suspicion he had, and he responded with, "I'm trained up and I've been to a few classes," and that my behavior somehow indicated something to him.
Is that girlfriend, spouse, sister, friend?
Yes.
All of the above?
She's my sister, girlfriend, wife.
All right, just give me a second, okay? So I'm gonna see if the canine's available. They'll be out here in this day. Good to go, and then they'll bounce. So.
What is your suspicion that I have any of these aforementioned drugs in my car?
So I mean, I'm trained up, right? So I've attended several classes, and some of the behaviors that you're exhibiting may or may not be consistent with, criminal behavior. Yo, man, there'll still be a warning.
Is it not a violation to extend the traffic stop beyond the course of the initial stop to, like, get a dog? Like,
I mean, we're not going to be out here for hours. We're doing our due diligence as well.
I just wonder what what reasonable suspicion you have to believe that there are drugs in the car.
I'm not saying it's based on several behavior changes. That's all.
The K-9 unit Round Rock Officer Garmong, badge number 5160, didn't arrive on the scene until 1511. They arrived at my vehicle at 1513. After a brief conversation with the Pflugerville officers, did an open-air sniff of the car, circling it 4 times, as well as into the open passenger window, and returned to the vehicle at 1518 without indication or further incident.
You must have got a haircut because he does that really good.
Seems like he wants to go on the street. Cooler in there. Do you mind if I get over here? I don't want to scare the puppy. Not interested because there's nothing in there.
finally printed by the guy who submitted.
We came down this way. Do you have anything in your vehicle that you're not supposed to have? Do you have any marijuana in the vehicle? Any cocaine? Any heroin? And that's black or brown. Any THC oil, THC wax, vapes, anything of that nature. Any types of methamphetamine, being crystal or liquid. Any pills that aren't prescribed to you. Any hallucinogens, being THC oil, THC wax, anything like that. Do you have any large sums of money over $10,000? Do you have any types of anything illegal? Has anybody asked you to carry anything in your vehicle? And are you the only person that's driven this vehicle for the last 48 hours? Would you allow me to search your vehicle? Okay, so what I'll do is we have a canine pretty close, so I'm gonna have a canine come out and do a walk around your vehicle. That way it'll go quicker. But just I have some reasons to believe that there might be something in your vehicle. And then the reason I'm not trying to freak you out. So what I hate about police, as funny as that sounds, I hate when cops use what's called smoke and lasers. I hate when dudes like dance around. So what I do is I talk to people and I do behavioral analysis type stuff. And I've been wrong before, but there's just some things I'm seeing that makes me want to go a little further with the investigation, okay?
And just like the law enforcement hero in today's video, he was completely wrong. That was a completely innocent guy that was being stopped and harassed and questioned in order to stall to get the drug dog there on the scene. But unlike today's video, in that particular case, which I'll link, they pretended that the drug dog hit and then searched the guy's truck and of course found nothing. And that case is the subject of an Institute for Justice lawsuit, the Texas search case. So I'll link that information as well. And if you want to help the fight against innocent people being harassed by police, and it happens a lot in Texas apparently, I would encourage you to donate to the Institute for Justice. I have my own custom donation link. That's how important it is to me, which I have in the description below to every video. So what's the problem here? Well, the problem is, just as I said, you have innocent people being harassed by police officers who think they know some psychological voodoo of when they can see that there's like some secret drug smuggler. So they pull somebody over for a legitimate traffic violation, we're assuming, and instead of just issuing them a ticket or a warning and sending them on their way, they're holding them longer than they should to complete that process. And they're abusing that process to perform a drug investigation just based on a hunch. And that's illegal. Why is it illegal? Well, there is a Supreme Court case called U.S. versus Rodriguez that says it's illegal. So this happened in Texas. Texas is in the Fifth Circuit. This is the controlling law on this right now in the Fifth Circuit. So a police stop that exceeds the time needed to handle the matter for which the stop was made, this is why the facts matter, violates the Constitution's shield against unreasonable seizures. That's the Fourth Amendment. So it's important. Why was a stop made? Well, broken tailing. Had nothing to do with drugs. If the stop has to do with some legitimate suspicion of drugs, then yeah, police officers can ask questions about drugs and perhaps it would be reasonable to hold longer. So a seizure justified only by a police-observed traffic violation becomes unlawful if it is prolonged beyond the time reasonably required to complete the mission of issuing a ticket for the violation. Once the purpose of a valid traffic stop has been completed and an officer's initial suspicions have been verified or dispelled, the detention must end unless there is additional reasonable suspicion supported by articulable facts. So that's United States versus Estrada, Fifth Circuit, 2006. If the officer develops a reasonable suspicion of additional criminal activity during his investigation of the circumstances that originally caused the stop, he may further detain the occupants of the vehicle for a reasonable time while appropriately attempting to dispel this reasonable suspicion. If a police officer stops somebody for an equipment violation, they can only hold that individual for a reasonable amount of time, and that is the amount of time it takes to write a ticket or a warning for that equipment violation. If during that reasonable period of time they see or hear or smell something else that then becomes reasonable suspicion that there's drug activity involved, then it may become reasonable to hold them to prolong the stop pending a drug investigation. But there must be something that is articulable here, and that's why these officers are being trained to ask questions, though they have to do it within that short time period. And so this guy's asking questions, just like the other guy in Texas. Every question like he can remember from the street cop training seminar that he attended or wherever he learned this garbage. And he's asking all these questions. He's going down the checklist. And that's serving two purposes for him. One, it's giving time for the canine to get there, because if a canine's already there, they can run it around and sniff the car. They're allowed to do that so long as it doesn't prolong the stop to do that. So in order to prolong the stop, he has to have some sort of admission from the individual, or he could lie and say he smells marijuana or whatever. There has to be some additional basis beyond the original reason for the stop. So with all the footage that we've seen, there are no responses to any of these questions that create any articulable, reasonable suspicion that there may be drugs in the vehicle, because there were no drugs in the vehicle. It was a completely innocent person. Probably the only thing that he could articulate here, or that his lawyer after the fact could articulate, is they would say that this is like a known drug travel corridor and that it was an out-of-state license. But then they'd have to combine it with other things like, well, he wouldn't say where he was going, or the individuals had different stories about where they were going, or they had no familial relationship, or they smelled something, or the dog smelled something. There'd have to be something else here. And although some would criticize this guy for answering questions, actually by answering the questions, he dispelled any potential claim for reasonable suspicion to hold him any longer. So he actually, in my opinion, did great. He did just right. We have like a 45-minute stop. And under pretty much every case that I've seen, if it's an equipment violation stop and the officer holds somebody for 45 minutes and the facts show, or the video shows, that any portion of that time is to wait for this drug dog to get there, that is going to be a violation of the Fourth Amendment. And here, you can see that the officer is not writing a ticket. He's just asking questions and waiting and stalling. Very, very clear-cut, prolonged stop in violation of the Fourth Amendment. And the ironic thing is the taxpayers probably paid for these officers to go to whatever seminar they went to where they learned this garbage and came back to their jurisdictions and harassed citizens with the garbage that they learned, that the taxpayers paid for. So if this really pisses you off, like it does piss me off, you can do a couple things. One is share this footage so that people are educated, and so that police officers who see this are educated as well, or re-educated. And also, you can donate, like I said, to the Institute for Justice, who is fighting this identical issue. The donation link is below. If you have a video you want me to review, use the submission link below. Please subscribe both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. Remember, freedom is scary. Deal with it.
In this video, me and my friend each have to purchase a zero-turn lawnmower and then customize them to go on an off-road adventure. We've only got a budget of $500 and 24 hours to build them, before they're subjected to numerous challenges designed to push them to their absolute limits. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. We each met at the house to show each other what we had purchased.
This bad boy isn't going anywhere.
What the hell is that noise?
My mower.
It's leaking something.
No, it's not.
Something is dripping currently from the
You're
bottom
imagining it.
of it.
Nothing's leaking.
Cub Cadet.
Cub Cadet.
RZT.
Damn right.
You're missing the mower part.
I don't need it.
The mower. You're not wrong. This is not a mower competition. How much you pay for this?
About 350 bones.
That's a really good price. Actually, only really attractive hot people pay that price for mowers.
I would say so. Yeah.
Speaking of, my mower also was $350. Let me move my other mower first, though. This one's in the way.
This man has too many mowers.
It's like your snapper, but better.
Don't talk about the snapper. I'm not over it yet.
It's a bit of starting procedure with mine. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do this every single time I start my mower.
Oh.
So get used to it. And also, the filter's really clean.
Oh, yeah.
So,
that looks brand new.
Yeah.
Maybe you should have paid less than 350.
I have a deck, so.
Does it work?
No. Yeah. Good. You're good. You're
Good.
All right. Okay. Come on.
Sorry. This is my Troy-built Mustang.
Ah.
I just swallowed a bug. Was your tire always that low when you pulled up?
Yeah, no, it's been like that. No, it wasn't.
It's literally flat.
Yeah. What's our budget for this video? Because I need new tires.
$500.
Woo! I got room to play. I got money to work with.
I got grand plans for mine.
Yeah?
This is an off-road beast of a machine. Mower deck doesn't work. That's why I got such a good price on it. Because who wants a zero-turn lawnmower that doesn't mow? But we have until Tuesday to get these things built. That's 2 days from now.
It's Sunday.
Sunday. So I reckon we need to get them back to the shop and begin modifications. This seat, it's so
comfy.
Sit in that seat.
Yeah, I want to try.
Sit in that. Yeah, it's like a recliner.
Oh,
Try this thing. Oh, my back! I'm gonna see if mine will start again without starter fluid.
Hey!
Fuck! Bluezell! Look at that! Oh yeah! You're going down!
Man, it's rare to see 4 piles of trash all together like that.
I can't hear you! I could just tow yours back to the office with mine.
It'll only take us 3 hours.
It's kind of a metaphor. Taking out the trash.
Taking out the trash.
Just like this video. And you.
I was thinking. Oh, I thought you were taking your trash lawnmower out. You know, save yourself a lot of hassle.
Good luck with your mower.
Oh, it'll be
you got a truck, right? You can just pick it up and put it in it. What are you doing?
Huh?
You're not coming.
Top
secret. You can't see this.
We'll get a burger or something?
No, I'll get a burger. That's a good idea, actually.
Okay.
We then took my mower to the office where I very carefully unloaded it.
Ow! Ow! Crap! Ow! Ow! Shit! Ow! How do you use these things?
Then we went back to get Tyler's mower, which was much more difficult.
That's on there. Woo! This is gonna cost you.
How much?
$40.
How about a Swift Blowy?
Fine. You know, the guy told us to buy 0 turns, not 0 goes. All right, we gotta go fast. Get over this. Yeah. Gently.
Come on, man. There is air in there. There's less.
You wanna know my plan?
I am dying to know. Oh, God.
Those wheels. It's not the same bolt pattern. I think I can get it to work. So if that works, I got some tires for you. Only $250.
With not much time to spare, we immediately got to work.
That's probably where I'll keep it for the next 18 months. Oh, there's weight reduction.
But then, while I was working on my mower, I discovered what Tyler's plan was.
I may run over to Sutherland's and pick me up a seed spreader.
A what?
Seed spreader.
Seed spreader?
Yeah, you've heard of the Killdozer. Well, I'm gonna turn this into the life.
The grappling hook is like a joke.
I'm winning. I don't think there's a single challenge that involves spreading seed.
Well, it's more about the
should
message.
at least give you 2 charges.
I'm gonna get exclusively invasive, fast-growing species of plants.
Ooh, look at that. It's so close. It's comical.
Now knowing that Tyler's plan was just to spread his seed,
Your tire's still flat. I don't know if you noticed.
No, it's not.
I was even more confident in my build.
There we go, 1 wheel. Woo. As you can see though, 5 lug, and mine's 4. But I think I can, kind of line it up and then cut my own holes.
I wasn't super confident that I'd be able to get these wheels attached because in typical fashion, I had yet to measure or test anything first.
I'm just gonna hope that the guy who welded these wheels to these wheels did a good job.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
So I was going into this completely blind.
Could be much bigger. I'll probably have to make some clearance. Now I can remove my tires.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna sell them to you until I know these are gonna actually work.
While Tyler was waiting to steal my tires, he got to work on his seed spreader.
Got some morning glory, sunflowers,
Morning wood.
mammoth sunflowers, some beautiful shade mixture wildflowers.
Can you smoke any of those?
No.
You realize flowers take years to grow? You're not even gonna see that happen.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect transfer. You can't spray paint in it.
That was the first one I saw.
All right, well, all right, mark that. That's pretty dang center.
I then hooked up the plasma cutter to the Blue Eddy AC240 so I could get started on modifying these wheels.
Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask.
Shut up, Tom Hardy.
Are you ready to see excellence and perfection?
Yeah, where are we
It's
going?
right here in front of you. You don't gotta look around.
Oh, are we going to Disney World?
No. I think the view back there might be a little better. Let's hope the AC240 is powerful enough.
Oh, it definitely is. With up to 3,600 watts of power delivery, the AC240 will power this plasma cutter with ease.
Look at that perfect circle.
Wow.
Perfection. Now the question is, does she fit? Should be basically a direct bolt-on. Oh my God, these are heavy wheels.
We're almost there.
Looks like that
We're gonna have to make some modifications. Those two top ones.
Yeah.
We should open a tire shop.
We should.
Oh yeah!
There she goes.
Woo! Oh, and I don't even have to clearance. That's incredible. Now the true test. I'm gonna rotate it, and I'm gonna see how wobbly it is.
Hard to tell.
I don't even think I need washers. Looking at, if I draw a line right here with my finger. Oh yeah, we're good. I don't see really any variation. One done. That was easy.
With my new wheels on, Tyler immediately tried stealing my old ones for his lawnmower.
Oh, man,
Well,
this is
see,
a pretty good tire.
I have $10 left in the budget.
This is a turf saver. You know how much these bad boys go for? You have $10 left?
Yeah.
This is my tire then. Look really good right here.
No, it wouldn't.
That would look pretty cool.
It looks objectively
You know,
terrible.
for me to let go of this, I think I'm gonna have to get $40.
Still under budget. How about both of them for 60?
Why do you need both of them?
Because I think this is bigger than my tire.
Oh. Fine. Oh my God, it looks incredible. That clearance is perfect. There you go.
Oh,
Tire.
thanks. There she goes. Keep going. Oh, yep. And oh. Wow.
I don't think I've ever seen someone lift a zero turn.
This gonna
might be a world first. All right, now I just gotta get this one as perfect as I got the other one. Goes up a little there. All right, a little. Okay, this one's worse than the other one, but.
Oh my God.
I think zero turns should just have wheels this big. I think this should just be how they are. You look pretty small from down there.
Well, I always look pretty small.
You look even smaller though.
With my new wheels attached, it was finally time to see if this thing will actually move.
Woo! Oh yeah!
I won't lie, I am genuinely surprised that this actually works.
You're going down!
I'm impressed.
I'm pleased.
Yep, that worked perfectly. What the fuck? I'm missing 2 lug nuts.
Wonder where they went.
Unfortunately though, Tyler's wheels did not go quite as smoothly.
Oh God, that's like right up. Oh God.
Does it touch?
Too big. It touches.
What the fuck? Damn it. That means you're gonna return them.
Which means I gotta go buy an actual fucking tire.
I used all of our luck on my project. It went too well.
While Tyler got to work on replacing his wheel, I started working on my next modification.
I'm gonna put my light on. I'm gonna try and weld again. I'm really good at it. Never gone wrong before. Oh no! Yeah, man. I'm gonna use my AC 240 again.
Man, we didn't even need to be at the shop.
Well,
We could have done this anywhere.
we could have done this in the middle of the woods.
Middle of the woods, middle of the desert, middle of the ocean if we had a boat.
My welds sure weren't pretty, but they seemed to be actually effective this time. I was fairly confident that this light was going nowhere.
I trust that. Yep, might be the first time my light doesn't fall off.
After I finished wiring up my light, it was now time to load up our mowers so that we could head to the house.
Woo! Oh yeah! Yeah! Woo! You're good. Real slow. Real. Ah, you son of a. Howdy. This is my mower in all its glory. As you can see, I have upgraded the wheels. They're slightly larger. Other than that, I put a light on it. And that's about all she needed. And there's my opponent. Any day now. Yeah. Oh, wow. You're tearing up my driveway. What?
It's a beautiful day for some mowing.
It's pretty small. Is this important?
No, that's...
Ow, it's hot. What did you even do to this? Like you did anything.
I spent most of my budget on something that's going to help me out later. I did buy seed spreader seeds.
That's the opposite of a lawnmower.
The idea was to make a life dozer, like you have killdozer, who a vehicle of destruction, but kind of bulldozery.
This is the vehicle of life, vehicle of giving.
And then on build day, I didn't do anything else.
You put a tire on.
I
saw you
did.
do that.
Yeah, that made me want to kill myself, so I stopped before I did it.
Did you like this sticker, or was this like?
I didn't need it.
While I was investigating Tyler's mower, I noticed something.
What's this? Well, it was there. You think this is the guy?
He's getting crafty.
It's got a note in it.
He did tell you to lose the number.
It says, "You two idiots have built some stupid things, but these have to be the stupidest ones yet." Right. Awesome. How's that stupid?
Those are
Like
kind of
sick.
They're a little dumb.
Look at that. It's now time to see if all your hard work has paid off. You must now drive your mowers to my shrine in the woods, just across the bridge. There's a bridge? Hang on, there's more. I have also provided a backup mower for you guys when yours inevitably breaks.
Snapper.
I don't think it's that one.
Oh, is it not? Is there another?
No.
How many fucking mowers?
That one was just in my garage one day, and I wondered where it came from.
Is it even a zero turn?
I think. It's weird. I don't want to ride it. It's like shit. It's tiny. Well, I guess we should head to the bridge.
I guess
That's
so.
what he said.
I assume it's going to be obvious once we get down there where...
It's got to be pretty grand. I mean, it's the guy. He's got a lot of money. A lot of money.
We set off on this challenge full of enthusiasm. It was a beautiful sunny day. Our mowers were running fantastic. We were prepared to take on any challenge that the guy could throw at us. But it wasn't long before we came across our first obstacle.
I think we got to go through that. I'm scared. I'm not. Oh, this is going to be easy. This is exactly what I designed my mower for.
We're going to get mugged by
Mugged?
the worst people.
Anyone lives here.
Hey.
I did see a spider about this big.
He's going to mug us.
I'm ready to go.
This is the part of the trail where just a few weeks ago, I had gotten my truck almost completely stuck.
Oh, whoa there, pony. Hey, you got this. This ain't nothing.
But our mowers seemed to just glide right over this surface. But then I encountered another obstacle.
Time to go across the bridge. Tease it. Ow! Slight issue. I don't fit.
Having a little trouble there?
What do I do if I don't fit?
This is a challenge, right?
There's a shoe. Why is there a shoe?
I'll be that guy.
I guess I'll just walk through. Does that count?
Well, back yours up. How do you keep me? That is a failed challenge number one. Start the day off right.
My mower's clearly superior. You saw how well it got back. I don't know how yours did it too, but
Yeah, all it did was it was a breeze.
you'll see. Soon these will come in handy. Right now they're a hindrance.
At least it started.
Shut the fuck up.
I then carefully moved my mower out of the way so that Tyler was able to cross the bridge.
Oh, sorry.
You're a
cunt. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I just can't stop it. Something's wrong with it.
But then Tyler also encountered an obstacle.
Oh, no!
Luckily, though, I was very supportive in his time of need.
Ah, that's stuck. You're stuck.
Come on!
Looks like you're stuck on that.
Yeah, that stump kind of got me.
Stump there.
If only the lazy bridge builders had actually cleared the land.
If only your mower was lifted.
If only you weren't a
and that
jackass.
problem. Well, this is quite the predicament. I don't know how you're gonna get out of this.
What the fuck is this?
I don't think that was me. I'm pretty sure that dent was there.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
I was there. I'm sorry, my mower is just out of control. I think you got that. Surely you can just pick that thing up.
Oh, yeah.
It don't weigh much.
I'm just going to back her up and then go around because the one thing about zero turns, they're very maneuverable.
Well, unless there's a stump.
Well, unless
Apparently.
I'm going to be laughing from the other side of that bridge.
Tyler was eventually able to maneuver his lawnmower across the bridge, where I was there to give him a warm welcome.
That was nothing.
Yeah, well, it took you long enough.
Was this supposed to be a challenge?
We then ventured into the woods where we found the guy's shrine.
You're spending a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm here.
I am too. My mower's, it's almost visible. You can see a little hint of red through the trees.
You have better eyesight than I do.
A little bit. This is
That's
a
it?
shrine?
How much of a shrine?
Isn't that your steering wheel?
I don't want to talk about it. I'm gonna snap it if I turn it anymore. That's how I lose all the rest of the challenges.
It's another envelope.
How many of those does he have?
I don't know. He's a rich man. Oh, congratulations for making it to my magnificent shrine. Not very magnificent. It's literally just the wood. Your steering wheel stuck in the mud. Inside the crate is what you will need for your next challenge. It's not a crate.
It's a box.
That's just an Amazon box.
Yeah, from Amazon. What is that?
I don't know. Careful.
Thanks.
I'm scared.
What is that?
I don't know.
Can we send the box back?
Why are you putting that on already?
I just assume it needs to go on.
What if it's a mind controlling device? Another note. One important quality for a zero turn is ride quality.
True.
I have supplied you with a head-mounted ride quality monitoring device.
It's a wine glass.
It's a wine glass.
It's a big wine glass.
You will each take turns wearing it while you make your way back to the house. Whoever has the most horse cum remaining wins.
Excuse me, the what?
Is that what that is?
It's very watery.
Have you seen horse cum?
Have you not?
No. You each have 5 minutes.
5
minutes to make it all the way back.
That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, it's not.
Could be worse.
Horrible. Should we get yours unstuck before we start?
Well, stuck is subjective. It's fine.
It's stuck.
Man, I haven't worn one of these since my AP classes in high school.
You have to wear it to school.
Oh, all the time.
Wear this. Mom, I don't ride a bike.
They're advanced classes, I promise.
Wow, that looks really good. I guess I'll load you up with horse cum. Unless you want to get unstuck.
I never want to hear you.
After we got Tyler unstuck, I filled him right up with some horse cum.
Look.
Oh, sorry, I missed.
Oh, why is it so cold?
I'm actually not going to load you up because I think you will run out of horse cum.
I think so.
About the halfway mark. That's the halfway
I was going to say, we can add water if we need more for
I don't
yours.
want water down for you, Mom.
Oh,
Hey Siri,
okay.
set a timer for 5 minutes. All right, go.
Oh no, it's gonna be bad.
Looks pretty smooth.
So far, Tyler's mower looked pretty smooth, but then he came across a bit of an obstacle.
There's mowers in the way!
So I quickly moved my mower out of the way, but it didn't really matter because he almost immediately got stuck again.
I have to go the other way!
So I quickly moved my mower again.
God damn it! Fucking traffic, man! Fucking traffic. Oh, this is gonna be fun. That is a divot.
All of this back and forth had severely hurt Tyler's time.
I don't think he's gonna make it.
And it wasn't long before the inevitable happened again.
He's almost out of time.
I don't think I'm gonna make my 5 minutes.
Hey, buddy!
Fuck you! Oh, come on! Did you pause it for moving your mower? That adds like 2 minutes! If I didn't have to waste 2.5 minutes on some guy moving his other
quite
mower.
2 minutes.
I mean, I really could have used that extra 2.5.
You didn't lose that much horse cum.
I didn't. That bump was pretty bad. Yeah, I can't get over any of this. I don't know how I'm gonna get out in the first place.
All right, give me the horse cum.
Okay,
my turn.
Hang on, wait, is my parking brake?
You!
What? I'm just checking my parking brake.
We'll get this out later.
We'll worry
I'll
about
get it
that
out
in a
with
minute.
my mower. I think you're gonna have to fill me up with more cum.
Aren't you gonna start from the?
You don't need to keep beating the dead horse.
You're stepping on my hat. Sorry.
All right, fill me up.
Straight posture. There you go. Looks like Catholic school.
I don't know if it's straight. You're still going.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ah! I'll see you later, loser. You're going down. My dad owns this cum. Speed. Oh! Oh, man! I'm just dripping in cum! Ah, so much cum! Oh, it's on my back!
My mower, with its gigantic wheels, was handling this challenge with ease, and it wasn't long before I had made it back to the house.
All right, how much cum do I have left?
Most of it.
Yes. That makes me thirsty.
Oh, man, it was in that bottle.
Feels good to win.
With that challenge over, now we have to go back and free Tyler's mower from the mud.
Lose out! Lose out!
I want to see if I can back up. The fact that it's been sinking in is not a good sign.
Well, whenever you give up, I got the chain, so
Ow, hot,
I'll help you out.
I'm gonna give her a good old college try. All right, I'm done. That's about.
You dropped out of college.
Yeah, that was about as long as I was in college.
Okay, yeah. That was a much trash in there.
It'll be fine. Hang on, I'm just gonna dig my feet in a little bit.
Should I stop pushing it this way?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Nice. Well, there's a backup. Luckily, maybe it'll do better.
Not true.
While Tyler was getting his mower unstuck, he noticed something.
I'm leaking some oil. It looks like.
Oh yeah.
That's
I don't think you need oil.
Look, the oil is coated. It's loose.
The
Now
engine's not going to disintegrate in a day.
But I'm sure this won't end up being a problem in the future. 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 Tyler decided to attempt to get out the same way that he got in, but with more speed.
Holy shit!
I also tried pushing him up, but then I got stuck.
Oh no! What if we both go in reverse? Come on! Come on!
No matter how hard I pushed, Tyler's lawnmower was just not going over that bump. And then disaster struck.
It's fine.
I finally had a light attached to it.
It's still attached.
I swear we'll not have one of these challenges where one of us has a fucking light that's attached to our fucking mower.
Not gonna happen.
I think we need to get the truck.
We didn't have so much mud back here. If somebody didn't buy such shit property.
After dragging Tyler's lawnmower out,
Like it's not even there.
I was convinced that I could just drive mine out, since it's clearly the superior off-road vehicle. And by some miracle, it actually got out on its own.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
This thing's impressive.
That was yeah, that was pretty good. Can't believe I didn't need any help to get out.
Oh, that was exciting.
What a journey.
What a beast.
Yeah, your truck's pretty good.
What the?
Huh.
There's something on it.
It's not every day you get visited by the CIA.
Are we gonna keep this?
I doubt it.
Oh my god.
I was hoping it'd be like a coupon for a buffet or something.
When is it ever that?
I
Never
can
been
dream.
anything good.
I can dream.
Zero turns are known for their speed, so it's time to see which one of your heaps of garbage is the fastest. You will now have a drag race. Once you reach the finish line, you will have to then reverse back to the start. Whoever makes it back to the start wins.
Do we have to be in reverse or can we pop a Yui?
They said reverse back to the start. I think this is a test of forward and backwards. That's important. You're going down.
Probably.
I reckon this is the drag race. See some cones down there.
It does look like a drag race.
My mower immediately rocketed ahead.
Go, 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 go!
It wasn't long before I was already on the return run.
Come on! Woo!
Of course, as always, I was very humble in victory.
Lose out! Lose out! Lose out! Holy shit! I wasn't expecting it to get that hard. What the fuck?
This thing's fast.
Yeah, it is. Woo! You motherfucker! You know what this calls for? Some flower spreading.
I don't want flowers. Just
Too fucking bad.
Just gonna mow over them. See that wheelie though?
That was sick.
That wheelie was crazy.
I was like, man, I have a chance.
It hurt my butthole when I landed. Is that all your seeds?
Yeah. These are like $6 a piece.
And that's all it gave you?
Yeah.
While I was making fun of Tyler's modifications, I found another note from the guy.
No.
Oh, that's so much worse.
Who put that in there? Wow. I'm very impressed with how fucking slow those things are. That's
there it
cool.
is.
Like it. That's
There
the
it
guy I know. I have stocked this Blue Eddy fridge full of ice cold beer.
Nice.
I saw it in there. There's a lot of it. But if you want to have some, you'll need to earn it first. Zero turns are designed to be very maneuverable. You will now demonstrate this by playing a game of soccer.
Huh.
Wasn't there when we did the drag race. I'm almost certain.
He's really good at that.
Whoever scores 2 goals first wins the beer. Oh, apparently. It's not even beer, it's seltzer.
Hey! Ready! I can't hear you! Why are you... Go! Come on, come on, come on, come on!
With my faster mower, I made it to the ball first, but Tyler was playing dirty.
Oh, shit!
And after that huge hit, my wheel was starting to wobble pretty severely. But I had the ball and I was on my way to score. And luckily, Tyler decided to help me out.
No, 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 no! Oh, shit! Damn it! Woo!
We lined up again for the second round, and all I had to do was score one more time to secure the victory.
Round 2, boy! We're going this way now!
But then this happened.
Come on! Yeah! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Damn!
Does that mean we both win?
I think that's a 1-0 score.
Technically, I'm the one who killed it, but I also scored.
I do believe that would be a draw then.
Yeah. You want some beer?
Yeah, I want some beer.
Beer?
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
This isn't the old one. There's another one.
How does he keep doing
I'm
that?
just gonna drink first. I hope you had fun, because the next challenge will hopefully ruin your day. Oh boy.
Not hard.
Make your way to the mud pits for your next challenge.
I don't like the sound of that.
I like the
I don't
sound
wanna
of
do
that.
I don't want to do that.
That is the one thing mine's pretty good at.
We then began the trek to the mud pits, but Tyler's lawnmower must have been so terrified of this challenge that it decided to just stop working.
Is it broke? I guess so. Did it just break? It's just not moving now.
Your throttle's all the way up.
Huh.
Good thing there's a backup.
Good thing. I guess I could try again, but
I'm pretty sure that the fluid that was leaking from Tyler's lawnmower was hydraulic fluid, and now that it's all leaked out, the drive motors are no longer working.
fuck me, I guess.
It just died. It's going great.
Woo! Video of the year. I guess we get the backup.
The mud challenge.
Finally we're using the backup.
Well, let's hope this one starts.
We then went back to the house, got the backup mower, and by the time we made it back to the mud pits, I noticed another note.
Welcome. I found another note. How many points deduction is that when you have to use the backup?
It's never established.
I think I already know what this is going to say. It's going to say go through the muddy bit.
I don't want to go through the muddy bit.
Whoever makes it wins. Now that we know your mowers are somewhat capable,
well,
the back wrote this before that happened. It's time to really put them to the test. Any off-road vehicle should be able to handle a little mud.
in theory.
But can your piles of scrap handle it? Whoever makes it the furthest in the mud pit wins. I'll make it all the way through.
I'll make
better right now. I'm straight through that bitch.
I can make it through that.
That bit?
Right in front of
I bet you can't make it through that
probably.
bit.
I bet I could.
I bet you can't.
That's as far as I
In
can
one
bet.
go. Maybe backing up 40 times.
I'll bet you a point.
I'll give you 5 points to make it through the entire thing.
I'll take that bet.
In 5 minutes.
I lose 1 point if I don't, but I get 5 if I do. I'll
Yeah.
take that bet.
All right.
All right.
Oh, come on. Come on, baby. Yeah! Here we go!
My strategy for this was just pure speed.
Oh, yeah!
I knew that if I was able to keep moving, then I wouldn't get stuck.
Woo! Oh, my God! Oh, yeah! Like it wasn't even there!
I was so confident in my machine that I decided I was gonna do it twice,
Do that again!
which turned out to be a huge mistake.
Shit! I was kidding!
I tried backing out and pretending like none of this even happened, but it was too late.
You stupid lawnmower! Come on! Come on! Yes!
And in my attempts to get out, I got really stuck.
I made it through. I was being cocky and thought I could make it back. And now I'm stuck.
I'm thinking of taking a painting.
I'm gonna kill you.
Just like it's perfect. I'm thinking of titling it Arrogance.
I'm just trying to figure out how I'm gonna get it out of here now.
But that's a problem for later, because now it's Tyler's turn, which goes about as well as you would expect.
Come on, baby! Come on, baby! I feel like I'm almost there! Hey, buddy!
Hey!
I almost made it!
I It doesn't look like it. Next video, I need to buy recovery ropes that are really long.
Literally inches.
It's how it usually is.
After I drug my mower out with the truck, I figured I should be able to just pull Tyler's out with my mower.
Reese, I figured something out. Lawnmowers are not meant to go off-roading.
I don't think so. I think we need more testing.
No, I think they just
I think we need at least 5 more videos to figure out.
Stick to a lawn. Let's play a game. How many mowers can I lose on the property? 2 so far. 3 so far. Unless we can get this unstuck, then it'll be 2.
Oh, shit. I don't think we can pull it out with mine. You know what, buddy? Good luck. You have fun. I think I'm gonna go to the, I don't know, strip club or something. I'll see you later.
Luckily, almost flipping over my mower didn't seem to affect it whatsoever.
Oh!
See you later, buddy.
Thanks. Good God. Oh, that was fucking nuts. What a series of events.
After I had made my stealthy escape, we pulled Tyler's lawnmower out, and then he met me back up at the house for our next challenge.
It just doesn't want to die.
I like the mud speckle pattern. How many headshots you have to get that?
Just one, you.
Damn. I kind of walked into that one, didn't I?
There was another note waiting here for us. Wow, thanks for tearing up my yard. It was hardly his yard. That was...
Like, who even goes back there?
You now have to make up for it by mowing my lawn. Seeing as you both have lawnmowers, this shouldn't be an issue. You're not allowed to use that deck. That's not
What
fair.
do you mean?
You didn't have one on yours. Just because you broke, now you're using the backup. You can't use the mower.
That's fine. I have plans. I have plans.
Your mower's dead in a ditch over there.
One of my mowers is, yes.
Okay, well, speaking of, I also have another mower. Let me go grab my plan. I'll be right back.
I was fully expecting for one of these challenges to involve mowing, so luckily this time I came prepared.
Howdy, loser! Read it and weep.
Did you factor that into your budget?
Mower. I already paid for it, so technically I didn't have to buy it. I already bought it. Let me show you how well this thing works. Just gonna mow up the stretch right there. Get that taken care of. Let me just engage the blade. All right, time to mow. Oh, come on.
You know, neither of my mowers had to do that.
Shut up.
He knows that when you mow, the grass is supposed to go down, right?
Oh, yeah. Pretty good, right?
Was that your turn?
Yeah, that's my go.
You know, the grass is supposed to be shorter.
That looks exactly the same.
Yeah, you know the grass is supposed to be shorter after you mow. It trimmed a little
It's a
bit.
brush hog. It's not. It's supposed to be really tall grass. This grass just wasn't that tall.
He asked us to mow his land, not brush hog the land.
It's better than what you got.
You might think that. You ready for this?
Ready for what?
The best part is I don't even have to move.
Why do you? Is that the drone remote?
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. That is my mow raider.
How much does that cost?
The rest of my budget, plus, you know, $3,000.
Plus what?
Plus $3,000.
Are you saying $3,000?
It's like what really is $3,000?
It's $3,000.
All these years I've been saving up the extra budget, and all the time
you don't get to just save the budget for the next videos.
And you use that.
Touché. I mean, it's a little small.
Yeah, but I don't have to do anything.
This is dumb.
Oh, this is great. I don't know what you're talking about.
This is blatant cheating.
After we had gotten the guy's yard mowed, we were feeling pretty good about ourselves.
Feels good getting work done, you know? Getting the yard mowed. That guy's pretty happy.
Just, yeah, a few strips.
Cleaned it up good. I felt something.
Feel a buzz? He's texting you again?
No, it's just something in my ass.
What?
Damn it. Fucking note.
What?
Here's a note.
I'm concerned. We can't just brush past that. He has ass teleportation magic? What the fuck is going on?
Neither of you cheaters get a point for that.
What?
Come on.
Do you have any idea how much racist money I spent?
What? Huh? I'm bored. Please entertain me by having a race.
I feel like we've done so much racing.
A lot of
We're professional racists at this point.
I don't think you can say that. I have constructed a circle track in my front yard with all left turns. However, you will only be able to make right turns.
Left turn,
I get
right.
it, because there's 0 turns, so they turn.
Oh, so we can only go this way.
We can only go that way around.
But we have to go counterclockwise around the...
Yeah, we have to go left around the track. We can only go right turns.
So it's like NASCAR.
But opposite. Whoever is in the lead after 3 laps wins. My mower's been sounding more and more dead every single time I try to start. Kind of like me.
Funny enough, mine doesn't die.
No. It's already died. You're on another completely different mower
The
now.
replacement mower doesn't die.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to not lose.
3! You son of a bitch! Not enough room! Okay.
It wasn't long before I had already made it to the first corner.
You son of a bitch!
It's not even fair how much faster my mower is.
I'm so fast! Woo!
By the time Tyler made his first lap, I was already almost done with my second.
Go! Woo! Get out of my way, nerd! Yeah! Whoop! Ah! Ah!
You got one more!
Oh, what the fuck's the point? I had a strategy, but it didn't work on something this slow.
Yeah, this thing goes fast.
That thing goes fucking fast.
This thing is fast. I think it has to do with maybe the wheels.
Maybe.
They might help somewhat.
Probably a better engine too.
Yeah, compared to that one.
Yeah.
Your other one was the same. What's that? On your mower. Looks like a note.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
What's in that? It's a bolometer?
It's a soundometer.
Holy shit, those things are slow. If only they were quiet. For this next challenge, we will find out whose mower is the quietest. You will now each drive past my state-of-the-art sound monitoring device from 20 feet away. Whoever gets the lowest decibel recording wins. It's not really state-of-the-art. This is like Amazon Prime special. You want to go first?
I'll go first.
Alrighty. I'll stand here and I definitely won't make any noise as you're doing it. Time for you to lose. Another challenge.
I don't know about this one.
This thing is silent. Virtual.
I was pretty confident in this one because I had a strategy.
I got a strategy!
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Quiet.
What?
That doesn't count. I think I won that.
That was clever. That was tricky.
I don't know why you didn't think of that. I thought you would.
After completing that challenge, we headed back to the house, where I noticed another note from the guy.
A note there. He's gonna be pissed.
I opened it.
Yeah, it's actually fine.
See, I was just trying to help.
This sure has been a lot of fun for me.
I'm glad he put that last part in because...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has not been a good time for us. But it's now time for you guys to have some fun.
Oh.
Hey. In front of you is everything you will need to build a drive-in movie theater, courtesy of this video sponsor, Blue Eddy and the AC240. We're powering everything. That's everything? You will now each have to work together to construct the theater in time for all of your friends to come watch a movie. That didn't sound too hard.
No, not at all.
We built that several times.
No caveats or anything?
There is a catch. You are not allowed to step foot off of your mowers. Good luck.
You lose.
Well, why do I lose?
You're on the ground.
Okay, that started.
Oh boy, communication's gonna be great.
So we should probably communicate first.
Yeah.
The plan.
All right.
All the stuff is right there.
Yeah.
So to make it easy, you could just build it right here.
right where we're at.
Like screen right here.
And you can just drive in.
Yeah, this drive-in's right there.
Perfect.
There's not a lot of room, but we don't have a lot of friends. Who are even the friends who are showing up?
I'm curious.
I didn't invite anyone. Joey's leaving.
With our plan laid out, we both got to work. Tyler got to work with getting everything plugged into the Blue Eddy, while I had the task of setting up the screen. But then Tyler had a slight issue.
I think I'm out of gas! Out of gas? Hang on, I got you!
So I maneuvered my way into the garage and was able to grab the gas can without ever stepping foot off of my mower.
Woo! Sorry! Thanks, teammate!
So with Tyler's mower gassed up again, we got back to work. But it wasn't long before I ran into another problem.
The ground's just rock!
Where we had the screen was way too rocky to hammer in the plastic stakes.
Damn it!
It's all rock. I can't stake the stakes in. Maybe over there. It looks like actual grass right there.
Oh, yeah.
So we decided to move the screen just a little bit to the left, where there was more grass.
That's good!
Look, the guy didn't say the movie theater had to be pretty. He just said it had to exist. It really wasn't much longer before we had everything in place and were ready to power it all up.
Hold on. There it goes!
It looks glorious. Looks really well set up.
Yeah.
No wrinkles or anything.
No. And that lens angle's dead on, I believe.
Yeah, we set up an entire drive-in movie theater. Now we just gotta sit around and wait on all our friends to show up. I'm sure they'll show up when it gets dark.
Yeah.
They don't usually show up.
I mean, you don't want to watch a movie when it's sun
still
outside.
hot. Yeah. Almost 1700 watts in this popcorn. And what?
It's locked.
Why would it lock us out of the popcorn?
We then enjoyed a bit of popcorn while we waited on all of our friends to arrive.
Where are our friends?
You know, I was just wondering that.
Like, should have been here by now. It's dark.
I mean, everybody was supposed to be here.
Yeah, like Kevin.
Kevin, yeah, and Kevin.
Kevin's wife.
We love Patty.
Mm-hmm.
My girlfriend didn't show up. So nice to see the guy after all this time.
This is all that was on the hard drive. 800 episodes.
I didn't even know there were 800
on the hard
episodes.
drive. Yeah, wrote on Sharpie, my best moments.
Oh, all of
But
them?
I'm pretty sure it was every single episode.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't have any bad moments.
No, you're not wrong.
Look at that goatee and frosted tips.
Oof. You know what else has no bad moments? Blue Eddy.
Blue Eddy, tell me about it.
Jam.
This is the small one, and it ran everything no problem.
After a long day of challenges, it sure was nice to be able to sit back, relax, and enjoy some Guy Fieri. And with the AC-240, it couldn't have been any easier. This thing really is insanely capable, and with how small it is, it's also super easy to take it anywhere you want. And not to mention, it's got an IP65 water and dust resistant rating, so you truly could take this thing anywhere. Even after almost 3 hours of running our movie theater, we were still sitting at 79% charge. So this thing's got plenty of battery capacity, especially with its expandable battery. So if any of this sounds interesting to you, then maybe consider picking one up. All the links will be in the description below. And thank you, Blue Eddy, for being such a huge supporter of this channel.
Did you notice in the top of the screen?
What?
The thing hanging there?
Oh, shit.
It wasn't there the entire time.
Was it not?
I didn't notice it when we put the screen together. It looks like he shit it out. This is destroyed. You couldn't get new envelopes? Congratulations. You have completed all of my tasks. Meet me here tomorrow between 5:47 a.m. and 9:32 p.m.
What?
That is such a wide range. What is he, the cable guy? For the point tally ceremony to see who is the winner and who gets executed. What?
Huh?
I'm pretty sure I won.
No, read that. What? No.
It said to see who is the winner.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And who gets executed.
Son of a bitch. Honestly, at this point, I kind of hope so.
Yeah, same. It looks like the movie's over. Wasn't even a fucking movie. I'm going home.
I'm also gonna
I
go
will
home.
see you later.
Yeah.
You got a light on that thing?
No, why would I need a light?
It's dark. Victory! See you later!
I don't know where he's going. My home's that way.
It's a day later. The next day. It's time to figure out who won. Real close again.
Yeah, real close. I wonder. Oh, come on now.
Our first challenge was to make it to the shrine.
Did it?
Yeah, well, don't get used to it. There's 1 point for you. Next up, though, was the smooth ride challenge. Whoever spilled the least amount of horse cum won.
But
also you had to make it to the house.
Yeah, that's an important detail.
You did not make it to the house.
I did not.
So that's 0 points for you, but I got a point.
Woo! That's a big point.
It is a big point. Next up, I'm not quite sure if this was actually next, but it's next on my list here, was the game of soccer. Unfortunately, I thought I won that one. I scored. I'm the only one to score. But apparently, the guy said if I destroy the ball, then I lose.
Oh, it's a point.
That's a point
I
for
thought
you.
it'd be a draw.
It's an unexpected
I'll
point.
take it.
Next was the drag race. Forwards and backwards. Mine was quite speedy. Yours was pretty slow for some reason. So that is a big point for me. After that one is another race. The right turn race. One where we can only make right turns. Once again,
Didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, if I won the drag race, I was probably going to win that one.
Yeah, you finished 3 by the time it took me to do 1.5.
Yeah. The mud challenge. That one wasn't fun for either of us.
No.
Not really. But I did make it through, which is the only requirement. I made it through, and I thought I could make it back.
And what happened?
And I couldn't.
Yeah.
It may have flipped over slightly.
Just a little bit.
So that's another point for me. Oh, you did place a bet.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Shut
I
up.
think you
Shut
did.
up.
You said you were going to make it through, and if you didn't, you lose a point. So that one that is no more.
I would be in the lead if I didn't do that.
I don't think you would be.
I said 5 points. You said 5 points.
So.
Somebody said 5 points.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah.
After that, was the
Well, I
sound
guess
challenge.
Lamau. Okay.
You were obnoxiously.
I'm bad at
actually, you were on the
AFK,
backup
man.
mower at this point, which was quieter than your original mower, but
Oh, yeah,
still
that
not
would've
quiet
been-
enough. For some reason, you didn't think to turn the throttle.
You're
down.
right. I just brain fart. I respect the stress.
I'm at 5 points. Look at that.
Wow.
Then there's the mowing challenge. You had a better mow, but yours cost a lot more than mine.
All right, I can concede that. It did go a little
The guy
bit
was
over
not
budget.
happy with us though, and said that neither of us get a point for that.
Oh, come on. Grass was cut. It was shorter than when we got there.
Yeah, but we spent $5,000 to do it. So.
Potato, potato.
After that was the movie theater challenge. We had to build a movie theater without stepping foot off of our mowers. Neither of us stepped footed it off of our mowers. So you get a point.
Hey.
And I get a point.
We're a good team.
Now let's count those real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Actually, if you look at the lines, this is all 1 point. So we only got 4.
I'll count yours now.
Okay.
1,
Yeah.
2.
Oh, 1, 2, 3 minus 1.
Actually, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There we go.
5 points. That's
Champion.
still less than 6.
Shut up.
Hope you enjoyed it. I didn't.
I did. I had a great time.
It was pretty fun. My mower was actually a lot of fun to drive. I want to do it again. I want to do more challenges with my mower.
Oh, not
I feel like
anymore.
it's so capable of so many more things.
Can we do something else next time?
You can do something
like
else.
an Instagram video? That'd be great.
That's boring.
Oh my god. That took a long time to edit. I just want to say one last thing. Our tank giveaway for our merch is almost up. So if you want to grab some merch, go to odsmerch.com. You can get any of these, and it'll get into your 6 entries for that one. Every $10 spent is an entry to win that tank. We've only got a couple more weeks, Stanner, and then it's gone for good. If you want to get some, get some. If you don't, then no big deal. Thanks for watching this all the way through. Holy shit.
Yggdrasil, what has happened?
Something unexpected.
Amithra, have you and Maratos made contact with the holdout Drakthir settlements? Any news of Desrin?
Scale Commander, the Sundered Flame, they're back.
The Sundered Flame? How?
I do not know. We were scouting the camp at Lonely Falls and were ambushed. They took Maratos.
The hum of war machines racing across the landscape and the rain of deafening explosions fill the air. Plasma fire launches overhead and cataclysmic beams from the heavens shatter the lands below in devastation, while 10-year-olds scream profanities directly into your eardrums. That's right, the Master Chief has returned. Welcome to Deep Thoughts While Gaming. I'm Chris Chappell, and today I'm grabbing my trusted assault rifle to enter the intense and never-ending frays of Halo Infinite. While the unstoppable force that is Master Chief and his associated series Halo hardly need any introduction, even for the most casual gamers, the newest installment does bring with it many alterations to the experience and a full expansion of Chief's intrepid story. From the focus on a newly designed open-world campaign to the addition of grappling equipment that has Master Chief flying through the air like a one-ton Spider-Man, Infinite feels truly unique. Some of Halo's staple weapons have been tweaked or removed altogether in order to make room for newer, more deadly additions to the series. It's all about keeping the battlegrounds feeling fresh and interesting. Don't worry, the Needler's still here. With Infinite, 343 Industries has set out to recapture the origins of what once made Halo great, while still fostering a feeling of intrigue and engagement. This time around, Master Chief finds the entire Zeta Ring is beset by violent forces, and the surviving remnants of the UNSC have been scattered across its surface. The new target of the Chief's undivided attention is a dangerous conglomerate of grunts, jackals, brutes, and elites alike. They're a group that has splintered off from the pious alien collective known as the Covenant to become the Banished. Most notably so is their new leader, Atriox, who had previously sent Chief adrift in a surprising defeat to die within the infinite darkness of space. This unified band of aliens have swiftly grown into an immense military force, seeking power, survival, and most recently, the hidden knowledge of the ancient ring. While the knowledge contained within the vast structure is vague at best, Atriox is sure it will help them, and boy does he love to endlessly pontificate on the subject. While the appeal of the Halo series has come a great way since its humble beginnings in 2001, the competitive nature of its multiplayer experience has existed since the inception of the franchise and has only grown stronger with each new installment. What started as local multiplayer matches on the living room couch swiftly became large LAN parties in rec rooms across the nation. Today, Halo fills stadiums with fans and provides massive battles of immense proportions powered by the advancement of online gaming and copious consumption of Doritos and Mountain Dew. With the ever-growing reach of gaming competition in the last 2 decades, the number of matches filled with screams of self-adulation and frustration alike have only increased exponentially. After spending an embarrassing number of hours playing and replaying the campaign on every difficulty imaginable, countless gamers have confidently entered the multiplayer domain, intent on unleashing their skills earned through intense skirmishes with the Covenant. They often enter the online forays only to have their egos hit harder than a gravity hammer. While the hits can be merciless upon entry to the multiplayer arenas of the Halo universe, the brutal realities of competition have often provided a perfect measure of one's true skill and likely equipped you with an endless supply of your mom retorts. But when suddenly confronted by those with far more experience, many encounter a psychological recoil to the unexpected reality check. The truth is, no, your team isn't a bunch of noobs. And no, the other team isn't cheating. You're just not that good, because all you've done is play against gameable AI for hours on end instead of other players. Well, either that or you may just be an ass or a camper, but I repeat myself. Published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in 2000, David Dunning and Justin Kruger, 2 talented American psychologists, discussed their findings in their famous paper, Unskilled and Unaware of It. It is one of the essential features of incompetence that the person so inflicted is incapable of knowing that they are incompetent. And suddenly, Reddit makes a lot of sense. Endless internet flame wars carried out by people who think they've got it all figured out until actually confronted with counter-arguments. Just like our poor single-player campaign Halo gamer making their first jump into online multiplayer and getting reamed But it is not until one is confronted with their own shallow depths of understanding that actual wisdom can begin. It is only when one is pwned and called a noob can they get good. This concept is called the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it shows the immense valley between simple hubris and truly knowledgeable confidence. I'm sure I have one of those. Unfortunately, if you've spent any time on the internet, you'll know most people don't let go of their ego. Instead of choosing self-growth and admitting the limitations of your knowledge, they embrace the lie of their own understanding. Why do people who know the least know it the loudest? From volatile Twitter feeds and online forum discussions to debates that grab the attention of mass media corporations, the number of heated debates between individuals that believe they know it all have been mounting faster than Master Chief's kill count. Those suffering from this inflated sense of understanding and mastery often desperately seek to shut down those who oppose them in order to escape their own cognitive dissidence. When directly confronted with differing points of view, they're simply unable to defend their position due to their inherent lack of knowledge, often triggering a powerful and aggressive psychological response. Opponents must be silenced, and any opposition must be seen as malevolent and destroyed. Yes, fighting the culture wars is so much easier than admitting maybe you don't know everything. No need to get good if you just block everyone that thinks you suck, right? This direct denial of countervailing information and embrace of one's own authority creates a dangerously powerful adversary to the free and intellectually curious discussion of higher social concepts. Proponents on all sides find themselves shouting boldly that they know the solution based on their own perceived mastery. Within these heated exchanges, the competition no longer exists as one of an intellectual nature, mature battle of ideas, if you will, but one of simple social and political status quickly filled with endless volleys of ad hominem attacks. Of course, you all watching agree with me, right? Leave a comment below about how much you agree with me. As the American writer Brett McKay remarks in his latest book, Competition, The Fuel for Greatness, competition is like a virtue, which can be a powerful source for improving our souls and society, but when taken to an extreme, can become a vice. In truth, those who embrace growth and overcome the first stages of the Dunning-Kruger effect will realize the pushback they encounter actually brings out their greatest potential. Healthy conflict acts to continually sift out competitors until the most capable individuals or ideas rise to the top. Or we can just go on parroting slogans and buzzwords as arguments to people doing the exact same thing in a never-ending loop of battling egos. Or as Shakespeare said, a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Victory is simply not victory if one has to silence an opponent or camp like a little cheater. What the hell? Thank you for watching Deep Thoughts While Gaming. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button in a clear display of your wisdom. And after evaluating your ever-growing intellectual wealth, do consider supporting more videos with your actual wealth. We have a new Patreon over at patreon.com/gamersunbeaten for a small monthly contribution, or hit that join button and become a channel member. You'll get access to exclusive emojis, a Discord server, live stream videos, and the peace of mind that you are completely correct in doing so. And click here to watch a Deep Thoughts While Gaming about Helldivers 2 and why nationalism is a good thing.
betrayed me. But I didn't need them. I don't need anyone. My time has come. Azeroth will be reborn in flame. And you will be the first to burn.
Alexstrasza, what has happened?
Something unexpected.
Well, here it is, the latest movie from M. Night Shyamalan about a magic beach. And with every M. Night Shyamalan movie that comes out, I'm always curious if he's managed to return to making a good movie. My answer with this movie is no. It's kind of ironic that this movie is called Old because that's really what this is at this point. It's all getting very old. The same mistakes over and over again, movie after movie. Hey guys, welcome back to the show. Now, I've covered some of M. Night Shyamalan's movies in the past, so before you start thinking that the only reason I hate this movie is just to join in on the dog pile that's been going on for the past 10, 15 years, that's actually not true. I really liked Unbreakable and The Sixth Sense. I also enjoyed Split, which makes it unfortunate that he didn't end that trilogy on a good note with Glass, because that movie is, well, I'll get to that later. His other movies I didn't really enjoy. Some I downright hated for various reasons. But this movie is called Old, which is based off the graphic novel Sandcastle. And it's about a magical beach that makes people old. Like I said before, this movie features a lot of the same old stuff, like bad dialogue, multiple references to Philadelphia, M. Night Shyamalan casting himself in the movie, an inflated ending that isn't nearly as impactful as it thinks it is. Anyways, the movie starts off with this family arriving at this resort, where they are welcomed by the staff and given drinks.
Can you believe I found this online?
Yes, I can. It's a resort. There's a lot of them online. In fact, you're not gonna believe this, but there are entire websites dedicated to finding them. I mean, what kind of a line is that? Honey, can you believe I found this on the internet? You know, the place people go to find pretty much anything. I mean, has this character been frozen for the past 25 years? Wait until she finds out about Amazon. Honey, you're not gonna believe this, but I bought this on the World Wide Web yesterday, and someone just dropped it off today. Anyways, the kids, Trent and Maddox, meet the nephew of the resort manager, who becomes friends with Trent, and they begin writing each other letters in code. So the resort manager, M. Night Shyamalan, takes them along with another family to a secret beach. And he's like, yeah, just call me when you want to leave, otherwise I'll be back at 5 to pick you up. So he gives them a ton of food and tells them just to keep walking through that giant rock formation to get to the beach. Anyways, they're all having a good time on the beach, except the parents, Guy and Priska, who are planning on getting divorced after this vacation. I guess this is like one last hurrah as a family. God, that would be an awkward family meeting. Imagine that. The universe. In my opinion, it felt like a return to
It's almost like being in love with Melania. You know, with the conviction comes conjugal visits. That's the law. That's the law. So get ready for some hot presidential prison sex, Melania. And by the way, no one does guilty the way I do guilty. I practically invented being guilty 45 years ago. Tremendously guilty. You know, I didn't miss one of those phony baloney indictments. I am 34 for 34. It's like a perfect felony record. It's like acing a test. It's...
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Squarespace is the all-in-one website platform.
B-roll of this lovely white, beautiful looking facility, but I'm here on the ground and it's a rusty piece of crap.
It really is. It really do be like that sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to point this out. It's very short and sweet this week, but it's about like how they're basically farming abalone instead of just, poaching it from South Africa or whatever, which, by the way, is a real thing. In South Africa, they keep catching, people that come from China that actually hire people locally to steal it, and then they bust them in Chinatown with huge amounts of abalone in their backyard or whatever.
Yeah, I
It's kinda
actually
crazy.
watched a documentary. I think Vice did it, where they went to some Cape communities where the people were locals were doing it on behalf of China.
Yeah, because there's so much demand from
There's a lot
China.
of money, yeah.
So anyway, this is about them.
Can you pause it on the disappointment motivational poster? I just want to show how much we look alike. Like, this guy is my long lost twin. And it's so weird that I do anti-CCP stuff, and he does pro-CCP stuff. It's wild.
It is wild, but he
Make me big real quick.
Okay.
Oh, no, then we'll
Yeah, I
both
can.
see it.
Yeah, there. You gotta like. No,
you have to do like
you have to look like you're in pain. That nothing's ever worked out in your life, and you're just like, you. I'm sorry,
We
but
do look alike, though.
Yeah, you guys do look like
Crazy.
It's crazy.
I'm not even British.
Yeah, the problem is that he honestly. He looks like, I don't know, depressed or something.
I think, this is why I've never really gone. I'm not going to go after any of the shows, but like. Like, I made a whole video about me and him.
Yeah.
And I just took the piss. It's a
Yeah.
big joke. But I've never been harsh to him, and I'll tell you why.
You can see the sadness behind his eyes.
Number one, we look alike, so I feel bad. I feel like we're probably related in
Yeah,
some
yeah,
way.
yeah.
Number two, I really don't think he wants to do this.
No, it doesn't look like it, right?
I think he's doing some sort of internship, and I think he's super, super bummed out with how things have gone. Because in his mind, he's probably like, I'm going to do this news thing, and I'll transfer to something else. And he's definitely likes the limelight. He definitely wants the microphone.
Yeah.
And he just gets stomped on with these stupid reports.
Yeah.
And you can tell he just doesn't take it seriously.
No.
He doesn't want to be there.
Of course not.
Yeah. He's on a rusty ship.
Yeah.
You know.
That's one of the main things I
Next,
wanted to
we're going
point
to delve
out here.
deeper into the sea to check out a cruise liner developed for abalone.
So a cruise liner developed for abalone. Okay, that's where he's supposed to go. Now you can see it. They actually have it there behind him.
Yes.
Yeah. If you turn that way, what if I make you big a little bit? Yeah, turn a little bit more towards this side. Yeah. It's just you basically.
It is.
So
he's a little paler than me.
Yeah, he's a little paler.
It's because I'm.
And it looks like he's in pain.
Yes.
Always, you know what I mean? Like he's got a stomach ulcer or something. You know what I mean?
Yes, he does. Or he's got like
something wrong with his
diarrhea
pancreas or something. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, the
He's got
fact.
hemorrhoids or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy.
Take a look at that structure, okay, behind him. Now that's where they do like some farming of abalone or whatever on this structure. But in this exact video, they kept interspersing B-roll of that exact structure. Obviously, when it was just completed. So it looked nice and brand new. But it shows you how sloppy their propaganda is because it can't be very old and it already looks like a rusty wreck of garbage, right?
Crisco says $10 says that vest doesn't even flow.
Yes.
That is a good theory there.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a good theory there is
In
that
the
they
bloody-
cloned me before I left.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they actually mobilized my clone, but they couldn't do it to you before you left.
Yeah,
Sam
that's true. They
Duckett
couldn't
is
get
that?
Just couldn't get the DNA.
That is
Yeah.
not a cruise liner. That rusty piece of rubbish. Just blood.
I mean, seriously, look at that thing. I know that like any structure in the sea is going to be prone to serious corrosion, but you can keep it at bay if you actually maintain it.
Yes.
And this also plays into what we're going to show you a little bit later. When it comes to
does.
maintenance, China's probably one of the worst countries in the world.
Yeah.
Very good at building something nice and new.
Yeah.
Not necessarily good quality, but nice and flashy and new.
Yeah.
But then never maintaining it.
Yes.
Just like this, whatever this cruise liner for abalone is.
Wonderful. Good thing I got a tetanus shot before
I mean, look at how
coming here.
rusty everything is.
I really feel bad for CCP Milk.
Yeah, look at his face. He really is like,
I'm being
"Ew."
genuine. Like, I'm not taking the piss. Like, I actually feel bad for him. And again, I really think it's because we look alike.
Probably.
I really feel bad.
Yeah, yeah.
I love you, brother. Come back home. Come home.
I mean, look at the look on his face, because you're a reporter. You're being filmed, okay, and you're supposed to be looking impressed by this. And
Well, how can you look impressed? Look what you're looking at. Again, I'm taking his side here.
It honestly looks
Look
like
at what you're looking at.
Yeah, it looks like he's looking at a steaming dog turd or something.
It
like that.
is.
He's like,
It's
ew.
worse.
Ew, what is that? You know?
Imagine this.
Yeah.
I go to journalism school. I learn fluent Chinese. This
Yeah.
guy is talented.
Yeah, he's got great Chinese. Yeah.
He goes, he gets job at state media. He's gonna transition to something else.
He's gonna be a cultural ambassador.
Cultural ambassador, whatever. Maybe
Yeah.
it's a stopgap. Maybe
Yeah,
he's gonna
yeah.
work at New York Times after
Sure,
or BBC,
sure.
right?
Yeah.
That's the dream of a lot of these British guys. I mean, is they want to do BBC, so they do these gigs.
Yep.
And you're on a rusty flotilla.
Yes.
Talking about abalone, and you don't give a shit.
No, and it's a disgusting rusty flotilla.
And not only is it a disgusting rusty flotilla, the whole thing is a lie.
Yes.
And you know it's
Yeah,
a lie.
yeah, exactly.
You know none of this is real.
Yeah, exactly.
Even I have to admit this is really fishy. They keep interspersing B-roll.
So you see, this is the B-roll that they cut in this exact same propaganda clip.
Yes.
Look, that's honestly when it had just been released. Probably like a week after, and they filmed this. Right? It's got to be, because look, the paint's still fresh. And I love how there's a Chinese flag up there, just in case you were wondering.
Is this contested waters?
Yeah, because it's just off the coast of Fujian or whatever. and
That's
they're
not
like,
even close to any other country.
No, it's not.
Like,
Well, maybe Taiwan. Yeah. I mean, all of this is the B-roll that they were using.
White,
It's nice and
beautiful
white.
looking facility.
See, the flyover looks all nice and clean.
But I'm here on the ground, and it's a
Yeah,
rusty
so
piece
cold
of
steel.
crap.
No, we have sea milk at home already. Sea milk at home.
Yeah. And look, they're walking through it. Every piece of that thing is rusted now.
Yes.
And look at the two together. Note that even there's like a little wind vane propeller thing up there.
That doesn't even work.
Yeah. It's even that stopped working, no longer works. You know what I mean? Everything about it is busted.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
What a sad report.
It's a sad report, and it's also nonsense how they try to trick people by showing them something from a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It is.
It's like, dude, it's like if you crashed your car or something and it's a wreck, right?
Yes.
But then you keep showing photos of your car before it was a wreck, saying,
Yes.
"I've got such a cool car. Look at my car." But your car's actually doesn't run anymore.
Yes. By the way,
Yeah.
open invite for not only CCP Milk, Sam Duckett,
Yeah.
John
What the
T.
Sam Duckett is this?
all these guys. Actually,
Yeah.
those are the only two that I might want to do
Yeah,
an interview
yeah.
with. The open interview for you two guys, because if you want to come on our show and tell us like all the stuff they made you do, and we'll listen to your story and we'll promote any social media you have.
Sure.
We're happy to hear your story. It's an open invite.
Absolutely.
John T.
And Sam Duckett.
Who's John T?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
And Sam Duckett, which we don't have a soundbite for. Those
No.
are really the only two shills that I want to talk to.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they haven't really crossed the line.
Not necessarily. No, they haven't done like Xinjiang genocide
Yeah,
denial.
neither of them
Like
have,
Rick
so,
has.
yeah.
Because I would have said Rick, but no, he's
Not anymore. Rick's gone down the
He's
dark
gone. We
path.
got some new
Rick is
stuff. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's like the emperor or whatever.
You gotta play him now.
Oh yeah, you know.
What's his most
Wow,
emperor?
so good.
Oh yeah, see, he's promoting the
Wow.
darkness. Did you
That's
see
a
that?
little too much for me.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to think he was fine.
Yeah, I think he was at some point. All right, so it's time for us to hit our soft power hour, guys. This is where we talk about everything that's going on in China and how they're trying to change your mind. Now, this flash storm happened in Beijing. You know, we were showing the wings earlier and all that sort of thing, and then this footage emerged online. I'll show you here.
A lot of it. We got tons.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you're familiar with the Pants building.
Yeah,
It's the CCTV building.
Yeah, we've been there.
Yeah. We've been there.
Kind of weird that we've been to the CCTV building and now we criticize CCTV.
Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah.
It's just interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. So, as you can see, they kind of got little buckets with them and stuff. Okay, and now, according to the people that were posting this online, these were window washers that were blown off of the building because of the storm. Yeah.
I think we need context to see how high up they are.
Yeah, because look, they got the little cleaning
Yeah,
buckets.
I mean, to me, that's what it is. There is
Yeah.
some debate. Look at this.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. Of course. People came out and said, "Oh no, it's the PLA doing a military exercise." But riddle me this: why would you be doing that in like that kind of nasty? Well, they didn't know the weather would be nasty, but why would you be doing that at CCTV?
It makes hella good footage.
I suppose. Yeah. Either way, it's dumb.
I mean, it is a media building. CCTV is state media.
True.
You can see both sides.
Yeah, it could be both sides. So.
That's terrifying.
The people filming it said that they were window washers, and then people online were like, "No, it's a military exercise." Either way, it's dumb and it's stupidly executed. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not dumb that they got blown off.
No, of course not, and it is just
Look at-
terrifying.
Look at the lone dude. He's
Yeah.
like the original man.
Yeah,
Boy,
yeah.
That's so scary.
That's super scary. The reason why I'm more inclined, I'm more inclined to believe they're window washers is because I've seen a lot of window washers in China.
Yes, we both have.
Yeah, and all buildings have window washers, and they come down, especially
it's
these
super
government
haphazard.
buildings. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the government buildings like this one, they have to stay clean. And with the bad air quality in Beijing, they get dirty very quick. So
Yes.
they're very common to see
See a
them on the
spot of
buildings.
whiff-waff, old chap.
Oh, what's going on? I think you overlapped something here.
What the heck?
Yeah, I think you overlapped something in the media pack. I'll just mute that.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, there's an extra. That's just there. It's there, and then the next clip.
Okay.
It'll be relevant soon, you guys. Don't worry.
Yeah. So anyway, this is the footage that's been coming out. Now we thought we'd show you some real window washers. Now, as you can see, you know those guys all had buckets, and this is again. Yeah, whiff waff. You'll find out about whiff waff in a little bit. But the reason why I'm more or less convinced those were window washers that were blown off is because look, here's a window washer, and he also has a bucket, just like those.
What do you guys think? Chat. What do you guys think? You think
I
it
mean,
was a PLA
unless you think
exercise?
it's a PLA tactical bucket.
It could be.
Yeah, because their equipment is so bad that they can't have like a webbing or something, that they have to have a freaking pail. What is this? There's a hole in my bucket, you know?
Dear Liza.
Yeah, exactly. Dear Xi Jinping, there's a hole in my bucket. Give me some proper equipment.
But no, they just get blown off.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm being blown off a building by a freak storm with a freaking bucket of cleaning materials.
Why are you talking to me like I'm posing the thing? It's PLA. I think
No.
it's window washers too.
It's absolutely window washers.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I was positing, putting it out there that there are people are positing this.
You know, there's this phenomenon whenever China's caught out, like there's something crazy, like a clip going around showing how bad things are organized in China.
Yes.
Because this is a bad organization. If you know there's a big storm coming, you don't let the window washers on the building, right?
No, absolutely correct.
So, you know, whenever that looks like a bad decision has been made or a lack of planning, people come up with these fantasies because they want to say, no, China's got it switched on. They know what they're doing. No, that was just a military exercise. They wanted to test.
So you said riddle me this, riddle me that.
What?
Okay.
What?
not to be devil's advocate here, but like, wouldn't, like, let's say I'm a woman, and I'm like, no, that's military exercises. Wouldn't that make China look way dumber? Is
No.
that their military got blown off a building and they're flipping around with pails?
Yeah, I mean,
It
not
looks
in their
stupid.
mind. In their mind, they're probably like, no, the PLA needs to learn how to train under adverse
Okay.
circumstances.
And not on the side of a mountain or whatever.
Yeah, not in actual situations, but hanging
The
from
CCTV
the
building.
pants building in the middle, which you wouldn't really need to. You know what I mean? In a storm with a bucket of cleaning materials.
You don't
Yeah.
know what's in that bucket.
It's definitely like a
all I'm
sponge.
saying, all I'm saying is that to me that would make the PLA look dumb.
Yes,
If
either
you're blown around in
way.
the wind, like a
Either
kite.
way, yeah. So we thought we'd show you some window washers, how it works in China, because it's actually kind of scary.
It's mad scary.
Okay, so maybe get us out of here quickly.
Sure, yeah. But look, I mean, these people are up, and they're on these normal ass
Yeah, you see,
roads.
look, there they are with their buckets. So, again, anyone who
Yeah,
thinks it's PLA,
Let's drop the argument because we both agree it's window.
it's just
wash.
window washers, okay? Window washers being blown off because of a so-called freak storm, because so-called freak storm because apparently China's weather service is so bad that they cannot predict that there'll be a storm.
It's not bad. It's bad on purpose.
Mm.
Just like they don't allow it to go over a certain temperature, like 38 degrees,
Yeah.
on the news, because then legally people don't have to go to work.
Yes.
So they always make it lower.
Yeah, that's true.
They say that the storm wasn't that bad. That 10,000 people die in the tunnel, and they'll say it was 6.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
So
very.
it's just,
This is very true.
You know.
Yeah, because think about it. This is a dangerous job. You've got
Don't
people.
storm shame.
Yeah, you've got people gonna dangle from like ropes from a massively high building to wash. Oops, nice, good job.
Sorry about
to to wash some windows, and you're like, there's a
Good thing I'm
massive.
not a window
Yeah,
washer.
exactly.
Wow.
There's like a massive storm coming in. You're like, yeah, it's a good idea. Send them down anyway.
Yes.
Also, it's gonna rain, so why are you window washing at that point anyway? But yeah, it's because of the lack of planning that people made up this PLA narrative. Okay, so here you got the window washers with their bucket. Okay, now take a look. We're looking at how they get fastened up here, and it was like, oh, get us
This
out.
is wild.
Yeah, it's not cool. So, doing this scrubbity scrub, what's going on here? Okay, there we go. See, these pins are just put into holes in the wall. Okay, they're not even like expanded or anything. They're just stuck in there, and I guess it's just mechanical retention holding it in.
That's
and then
horrifying.
I wouldn't do that, dude.
Did you see that?
Yeah. It's like 3 little bolts in a tofu drake building. You better hope that cinder block or whatever, or that piece of concrete wall's safe.
So you think this is a window washer, but this is where you'd be wrong.
What is it, a window scraper?
This is a window scraper because of overspray
Yes.
on the building.
Yeah. I mean, I'd still call that window washing.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
This is overspray from painting the building.
Yeah, painting that pipe or something.
Yeah, the
yeah.
pipe, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's just. Yeah. Ever hear about masking things off before spraying it? No.
Here's some more footage.
Now you see, there they are busy washing the windows. Look, those are totally freaking window
Absolutely.
washers.
This is why I put this later on purpose.
Yeah.
So we could have this debate because there were literally people.
Yeah,
that
people
were
saying it's PLA. So remember, whenever there's eclipse, there'll always be some like huge psyop effort to try and
Yes, isn't that
explain it
weird?
away.
You
Trying
know what's
to
weird
explain
though?
it away. What?
This like originally has been going around like a foible, right? But now it's being turned into propaganda. It's like, look how like hard-working the window washers are, which is fine, right? But it's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, you saw that. I mean, that is a different day.
Yeah, but it's
Right.
the same thing, dude.
Right.
It's the same harnesses, the same buckets.
I
The
agree. I'm just
PLA's
saying.
not got their tactical washing bucket.
They love their tactical washing.
Yeah, they're like, oh, just send them into battle with a freaking pail of water and a sponge and a squeegee.
You better
They'll
hope
run
the
up.
enemy's dirty.
They run up to the American tank and they're like, "Can I wash your window for some change? You know what's
Like,
going on?"
I guess it's like homeless people that
Yeah, exactly.
try to wash your window.
Yeah,
You did that in
that's
South
it.
Africa, right?
Oh, all the time. It's super annoying, dude. It's so annoying because
We're
when
getting
you've
way off
when you've
track.
like really just washed your car, and they're aggressive about it. They'll come up and they'll have like a bottle, like an old Coke bottle or something, and they've got like a soapy liquid. But they're like, before you can even get away, they like spray it so it
So
splashes
they
all
have
over
to
you.
wipe it up.
But then you got a nice clean car, and now they've just messed it up, and they come
I
put their
see.
muddy junk on there, and you're like, oh man.
That sucks.
Yeah, they're very aggressive.
Let's get back to this.
Sure.
Somebody said it's a tactical barf bucket.
Oh yes.
You're just getting like sick. You're like, "Ugh."
Yeah, it's
You just
barf
let
into
it rip if you're up there.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it's a great idea on a stormy day. There's the building, the Pants building.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ridiculous
Very famous.
building. Kind of cool. Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, a very famous building.
That one's ugly.
Yeah.
Behind it, that spaceship egg thing.
Yeah, it's not great. I wonder what foreigner designed it.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, that's something people don't seem to realize is that these big buildings in Beijing and Shanghai, etc., they're 99% designed by foreign architectural firms. So blame the foreigners for those ugly buildings, not the Chinese people.
That's true.
It's not their fault.
There's some very ugly buildings.
Yes. Super. Anyway, yeah, I guess we're showing just this whole windy season's caught a lot of people off guard, especially window washers.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we got here? This is just showing window washers again in their natural habitat.
Yes.
This is the
washing
Pearl.
windows. This is the Oriental Pearl Tower.
Yes.
In Shanghai.
Yeah.
I just was kind of shocked. I don't know where the photo next to it went, by the way, but I was kind of shocked at the, from a distance, you've seen this, you look up a skyline of Shanghai, like in Pudong.
Yeah.
You'll see this, but it's just so, up close, it looks so bad.
You know why? Because there's a lack of maintenance.
Yeah.
Again, like that is, if like let's take a look at that. When you see it from afar, it looks fine.
Yeah, no, like from far away.
This is just literally weathering and corrosion, and that can easily be fixed.
Yeah.
Okay? All you need to do is a bit of Scotch-Brite and it's done. Okay? Obviously not that easy, but the thing is, it's super easy to maintain this kind of thing, but because people don't really see it, they don't care. And there's something you'll find a lot in Chinese society is like 差不多也行, which means it's just okay. You know what I mean? Good enough. Good enough is okay. Yeah. I mean, it kind of looks shoddy all around. Now, this I filmed myself, and I just wanted to show you this idea of how people get up and down buildings. So in China, especially southern China, air conditioners are a must.
He's putting a lot of trust in that air conditioner.
Well, yeah, those brackets, because it's literally just he's sitting on top of those tiny little brackets. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, because that's yeah. Anyway, so what's happening here? You can see the rope is slack, so he's putting his entire weight on there. He's got one safety rope attached to him, but it's not actually safe. It's just tied around the waist of the guy that's standing up there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. So I've seen them do this because they did it at my house and so on. And then I filmed this. I was walking down near where I lived. If you take a look, he's gonna climb up in a minute, and you'll see the amount of trust they put on like very jank safety equipment.
That's so scary.
Yeah, you need these split unit air conditioners are amazing though. They work very well.
They do.
Yeah, and they're all over southern China. So let's see. Does he even have a proper safety harness on? I mean,
wow.
Yeah, it looks like he does. He's got a harness.
He's got another rope dangling.
Yeah,
down
that's how he's going to get up. Like 9 times
okay.
out of 10, when they've come to do it in my apartment building and they climb out, they just tie it around their waist. They don't even like have a harness.
Yeah.
Let's take a look how he gets up. All right, so he's got that. Now, I'd also like you to notice, the main safety rope that he's actually attached to. It's a rope tied to another rope. Look, it's not one continuous rope. If you look at the guy who's pulling it up now, it's white and then it becomes orange. So it's like a rope tied to a rope. And that's not the most safe thing. It's not one continuous rope. That's what was holding him up. But this is the kind of thing that you see often. When it comes to workplace safety and stuff, China's very lacking, you could say. You know what I mean? Also, you would think a window washer, you'd have like one of those kind of things that move up and down. What a gantry, what's that thing called? It's like a little...
Yeah, that like thing.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's like cherry picker thing.
Well, yeah, it's like a platform, moving platform goes up and down. But no, they just hang on a string with a bucket.
I'll tell you what. They do have those platforms.
Yeah,
I've
you see them
way
fly
too
around.
Many videos full of those things falling down. So.
That's true. That's true. Okay, so what are you showing us here?
So along the same lines, right? You have the dangling people, the crazy stuff, right? You also have a situation where the oversight is so poor in China that they'll rush something out. They'll go onto the news. They'll go onto their propaganda outlets. They'll even talk to foreign news, like American news outlets will even run with this sometimes. say, look at, for all of China's human rights abuses and all the bad things that they do, we all, we don't agree with their government, but at least they get stuff done.
Yeah, you
They
hear
get it
that a
done
lot.
fast and they do it well, right?
Yeah.
Hardworking.
Sure.
And we get so mad at that because we've seen what that means. Yes, things get done quickly.
Yes.
Because of massive, huge government projects and a central government that can chuck money at anything with a fire hose.
Yeah.
But it's almost always terrible.
Yes, it's
Let's have a
rushed
look.
out. So
this is a beautiful set of tunnels that was completed in Chongqing in just 800 days by a team of more than 100 builders.
good old Chongqing, huh? Let's see. And this is what you see, right? This is okay. All right, yeah. And you can see the result. How long was that ago? 3 years ago?
Yes, Tuju Tunnel. So the puff
Yeah.
pieces came out about 3 years ago. They're like, look at how quickly we made this.
Yeah, it's
Chinese
amazing. It's
government rules.
efficient. It's great. Look how quickly we built it.
Do you want to go through a mountain tunnel that is spraying water everywhere?
No, take a look. See, it's leaking there. There.
It's leaking all over.
That's a nightmare. That looks like it's about to collapse.
Well, you know what the scariest thing is?
What?
We have video of this actually happening in the tunnels.
Yeah,
This-
collapsing.
This has happened.
It has
and
happened.
Filled with water.
Yeah, I mean, we have footage of like in 5 minutes a massive tunnel filled up, and
You know what's wild?
countless people died in that tunnel.
You know what's wild?
What?
So they'll get opinion. It's not like big news outlets won't run with this, but like an opinion piece might pop up on like any big news outlet, right?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Just want to get it onto the where you can actually see the water coming out. Yeah.
Or it'll be on a feed, like a news feed or something. Or it'll get shared around on social media. That's the biggest culprit.
Yes.
10 million,
Oh,
100
it's all
million
these
views on Twitter.
annoying Twitter propagandists will be like, see, China builds in lightning speed. Look what they built, this amazing tunnel. And then they'll say, it's taken US like so many years to build this.
But Twitter, Elon's gotten rid of the state media affiliated tags, so
Yeah.
these posts will get 100 million views or something.
Yeah, they get shared around. People are like, oh, wow, look, China built a tunnel.
And no one knows it's propaganda.
Yeah.
And then there's no one, like people post this to get like 100 views or something.
Yeah, because
right?
the thing is, they'll see the initial like
Yeah.
shiny new tunnel
Yeah.
propaganda, but they'll never see the, oh, look, it actually just failed after 3 years and it's flooding and it's a piece of garbage.
Yes, and one thing I want you guys to have some perspective of, with the sheer control the Chinese government has over the media,
Yeah.
this is the one video that got out. Do you
Yeah.
know how often this is happening across
All
the
the time.
country with mega projects?
Yeah.
The whole thing is dire, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we've exposed it in the past, but bridges falling down, cracks
Yep.
forming in buildings, all sorts of terrible things, entire buildings falling down.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is just one, right? You got more than one of these types of
Yeah.
things. Okay, so that's
Cold
scary.
reality.
Yeah.
Super scary. And where's the apologist now? Like, why
Yeah.
don't you comment on this? This is devastating.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we looking at
The
now?
5 new stations on the route are basically, this is a Beijing to Hebei train
Yes.
line.
Yes.
Which they rushed to complete because it was going to mobilize so many people. And again, this was lauded by people all around the world.
They always do.
Say what you want about the Chinese government, but damn it, they get things done.
Oh
right?
yeah, it's like you know what I've seen going around lately is
What?
this picture of like China in 2000 whatever 2004 or something, and then next to it 2024 with the rail lines. It's like
Yes.
a couple and then like a whole lot.
Yes.
You've seen that go around. You know, just building a lot of something doesn't mean it's good.
No.
Does that make sense?
It oftentimes means it's bad.
Yeah, if you're producing a lot of one thing, yeah, I mean quality over quantity, you know? In
Yes.
this case it's just quantity over quality. Just because there's a lot of something doesn't mean it's good.
Yes.
If you look at the amount of rails and the debt that a lot of those stations are, and some of them are closing down now, and it's a mess. But anyway, let's take a look at this.
The 5 new stations that are going to get us out there
Yeah.
on the route are basically complete and getting ready for the opening by the end of 2022. It's chill music.
Yeah, it's
pretty chill.
nice. Look at this station, you see.
And again,
is
this will get shared around and get 100 million views or whatever. 10 million
beautiful,
views or
great,
whatever.
great, amazing station.
Yeah, like look how quickly China.
Look at that
mobilizes.
station.
This is Tangshan, Hebei.
Yes.
This is the one in question.
That's the station.
Oh. Just opened, by the way.
Yeah, just opened. I mean, you know, that's what you get if you. That's what you get. You can build something flashy and new, but if it's not built well,
Yes.
or if it's not maintained, it is gonna just fall apart.
And this, here's the deal. And it rained inside in the Changsha one and
Yeah,
the, and the
remember?
Hunan one.
Yeah.
It's like, I just don't know how many times we got to show this. It's almost like every week something like this is happening. And this is, By the way, this is serving tens of millions of people. This is not like a backwater port.
No.
This is like a main ass station.
Yes, exactly.
Very important station.
Yep.
And it's brand new.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff made in the 90s in China is better than now.
It is, absolutely
Yeah.
it is. And it's an unfortunate result of this rapid expansion, you know?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, you got to be realistic. And a lot of people aren't realistic when it comes to China. They're like, look at all these flashy lights and stuff. And I've got
night.
Yeah, exactly. I got a perfect example of this, you know? Sorry, early days, I was in China, and so this is about probably 2007 or something. They took this building in Huajianbei, which is this electronics district, okay? And they put a new facade on the outside. So it was an old building, but they put like this kind of metal facade around it, and then they put LED lights in it. And it I thought it was amazing, right? They put the LED lights, and then they'd kind of have like silhouettes dancing on the building and stuff. It looked so cool, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. It lasted a week before there were dead pixels. It stopped working, and eventually they shut it down. And then they actually tore the facade off a couple of years later. It's just, that's how it is. They put out a big show. It's fancy. It's something new and fresh and cool looking, but it never lasts in China. That's the problem. It never lasts.
No. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, moving on from that.
This is a big fire actually that just happened.
Yeah.
This was in lit up here. This was a government transportation building.
Yeah.
Which was in Baoding, Hebei province.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a transportation government.
Also Hebei province.
Yeah,
Isn't that interesting? Near to Beijing.
Hebei stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of interesting things going down. But
yeah,
you know,
that Tangshan station, by the way, is there's the Shimen and Dongmen. So there's the thing that was falling apart wasn't the front facade. That's what some people are confused. They're like, that's a different building. No, it's the same structure.
Yeah,
same
just
thing.
a different side of it.
There's different. How do you say Shimen? Like Westgate.
Westgate,
There's a
Eastgate,
Northgate,
yeah,
Eastgate.
Dongmen,
Yeah.
Shimen,
that was the
Beimen,
Shimen.
yeah, Nanmen. Nanmen Hao.
Can
Hello, men. You know what I mean?
Can we move
Yeah,
on?
okay, all right, let's move on. So, the point
We're
of us...
not laughing at a burning building.
No, we're not. The reason we're showing you this stuff is these are disasters and things that are happening around China daily all over, but you'll never hear about them.
Yes.
Okay, and that's because the bad news isn't allowed to be reported. In fact, there was a very strange phenomenon because we tried to go on the equivalent of Google Street View in China's Baidu Street View, because Baidu's a big copy of Google, and you couldn't go to this place. It's all blanked out.
It wasn't blanked out. It was just you couldn't do it.
Yeah, you couldn't do it.
But I mean, it could be like a misload. There's many things that could happen.
Yeah.
This whole area could be government buildings, so you don't have Street View. That often happens.
It's just kind of strange.
And maybe it was a glitch. Who knows?
Well, I mean, remember what happened when they had that bridge?
Yeah,
man?
that was blocked out too.
They blocked
that was actually blocked though.
You couldn't go, and remember, people posted.
Yeah,
photos. You couldn't have photos. You couldn't search it even.
Yeah, that's not what was happening here. But
No.
I just couldn't see it from the street.
Anyway,
it wouldn't load. It just
just pointing that out.
Yeah. You get the idea.
So, for those of you who don't know, we actually have a Monday show.
We do.
It's a VIP show, and we wanted to show you. Yeah, we wanted to show you what you missed. So let's. You didn't miss this burning building because you're seeing it here.
Yes.
But yeah.
The original name for ping pong.
Whiff whack. Whiff whack. There's fancy a spot of whiff whack, old chap. Chinese water torture. It's not Chinese.
Interesting, isn't it? Are you married? Do you have children? Do you have a car? Do you have a house? How much money do you make every month? Why are you so fat? Why is your nose so big?
The first thing she says to me is, ni pang le hao duo. It's like, oh, you got really fat. That's the first thing she says to me. And apparently, there was a massive explosion, and he disappeared. And so they think that he flew to the moon because they named one of the craters on the moon after this guy.
Oh,
so
charming.
I think in reality what happened is he just vaporized. Yeah, so that was our Shaban Ho. If you'd like to join us and you have the means, please head on over to patreon.com/ADV podcasts and join the Shaban Ho tier.
I should probably tell you what that episode is about.
Yeah, what was it about?
Stuff that what you might think was invented in China or from China but isn't, and then stuff that you might not realize is from China and actually is.
Yes,
very
there's a lot of misconceptions in China. People think a lot of things were invented in China that weren't.
Yes, and a lot of
people corn.
Yes. And I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about the band.
No.
I'm not talking about
Not the KOR.
playing your bass down here.
Yeah.
All the way down.
Yep.
Drop D tuning.
Not that one.
But there's also things that you might not realize were actually from China, which we covered as well. And I would say it's an overly fun, positive episode. Very great time. Very funny episode. And again, every Monday, whole different show. We're actually coming up on our 100th episode celebration on patreon.com/ADVpodcasts.
Yep.
And if you go there, you're going to be there for our live show, for our 100th celebration, which will be in costume.
Yes.
And we will be telling some tales from the past.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
It's the whole audience voted on it. And the reason I bring that up is because that show is fully democratic. You guys vote on every topic that we do. We have polls, we have Q&As, we have all kinds of democratic elements within the show.
Yeah.
It's the most fun you can have during the week, well, at least for us.
Yeah.
So go to patreon.com/ADVpodcast. Not only is it the best way to support us, you get a whole backlog of 100 episodes we've done so far, and then everything going forward.
Correct. Yeah. Awesome stuff. So let's of like a book.
An explosive report exposes how far government officials have gone to hide incriminating evidence relating to COVID. Welcome to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. Hey, remember COVID? Well, the government sure hopes you've kind of forgotten. Let bygones be bygones. Don't worry about questionable assaults on civil liberties and bad political activism disguised as the science. Well, some people refuse to forget. The Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic released this damning report about how far the government went to cover up the facts about COVID. It involves the National Institutes of Health, the NIH, a government agency responsible for biomedical and public health research. After a lot of denials and hand-waving, it eventually came out that the NIH was funding EcoHealth Alliance, which was conducting gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the lab suspected of being ground zero for COVID. We've known about that for a while now. What this new report shows is just how far the NIH went to cover it up. Most of it involves NIH official David Morens, a senior advisor to Anthony Fauci. The subcommittee determined that Morens was undermining the operations of the U.S. government, unlawfully deleting federal COVID-19 records and using a personal email to avoid the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, and repeatedly acting unbecoming of a federal employee. That's crazy. Unbecoming of a federal employee? TSA agents are federal employees. How bad do you have to be worse than a TSA agent? Earlier this month, the subcommittee revealed emails of Morens repeatedly instructing people to send messages to his private Gmail account specifically to dodge FOIA requests. The only way that could be shadier is if his personal email account was "we done goofed, so burn the evidence" at hotmail.com. I'm not even exaggerating that much. Morens didn't just resort to using private emails. According to his own emails, the NIH's own FOIA office taught Morens how to make emails disappear. To be 100% certain, Morens also checked with IT to make sure that he could communicate safely through Gmail. Wow, getting IT and the FOIA office to help you skirt the law? That's government for you. He also was in close contact with Dr. Peter Daszak, head of the EcoHealth Alliance and the guy doing the coronavirus research. You may remember he was one of the earliest and loudest experts saying COVID definitely had a natural origin, and it's crazy to talk about a lab leak. Morens was warning him about Congress asking too many inconvenient questions. He also made a note to delete all of Daszak's emails and others relating to the origins of COVID. He also reminded Dr. Daszak that they're smart enough to never leave behind smoking guns, and they delete them whenever they're found. And again, all of this was specifically to avoid the Freedom of Information Act. Of course, all this completely contradicts Morens' closed-door testimony in January, when he said he didn't delete COVID-related records nor conduct official business through his personal emails. So, how does Morens explain himself? He now claims that he couldn't recall if he deleted COVID records. So I guess he just forgot writing that email saying, delete all those emails. Morens also argued that using Gmail accounts wasn't to avoid FOIA, it was just used for personal matters.
The context is that this Gmail communication thing was set up purely to deal with personal things that were not government business. I don't consider that telling them don't send me things because they could get FOIA'd is intentionally avoiding FOIA, because those are personal things.
Dr. Morris, did you ever conduct official business via your personal email?
Well, I didn't do anything that I thought was official business. I understand now that there is some discrepancy between what I thought and what y'all may think about what's official business.
He literally wrote an email saying, we have to keep all communications like this on private emails so that it can't be retrieved via a FOIA. I guess he forgot that. Who can keep track of all those email accounts? It's way easier to just stick with one. Specifically, we done goofed, so burn the evidence at hotmail.com. But it's not just Morens who was acting awfully sus. The big guy himself might be implicated. Seems Fauci may have also sought to avoid FOIA requests by using private emails. Morens' emails show that people can access Fauci through a secret back channel, and that Fauci is too smart to let colleagues send him stuff that could cause trouble. Makes sense, Fauci would be smart. He is the science, after all. And the science is never wrong. Except all those times it is. Repeatedly. So smart. But don't worry, all this talk about his secret back channel is just a joke.
All these terms like secret back channel and the other one you mentioned were just jokes. They were just, jokes that I made in dealing with Peter because he was under death threats and was very depressed. And
yeah, jokes. Who doesn't remember that classic George Carlin routine? The 7 words you can never say in an email, or else you have to delete them through a secret back channel. Hilarious. So Morens and Fauci seem to be quite good at evading public scrutiny. Apparently, they also set an example, because another batch of subpoenaed emails show that NIH officials may have also opened encrypted Proton Mail accounts and intentionally misspelled words to evade keyword searches. For example, this email from an NIH official omitted the O in EcoHealth. Ingenious! Surely no one, and certainly not a congressional committee, would ever figure that out and put it in a report. But get this. You remember how I said the NIH's FOIA office, the very thing that's supposed to promote transparency, taught Morens how to make emails disappear? Well, this email revealed that the NIH's Office of General Counsel told the FOIA office not to release anything having to do with EcoHealth and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. What a fun way to protect yourself from your mistakes and to interpret the Freedom of Information Act. Government officials trying to find ways of hiding information from the public is the kind of behavior I'd expect from authoritarian governments like China. But this may be just the tip of the iceberg. The Congressional Subcommittee issued a subpoena for documents from Morens, and the conservative watchdog group Judicial Watch is suing to get more emails as well. As of right now, Morens is currently on administrative leave from the NIH. He will publicly testify next week on June 3rd, so stay tuned. Hopefully, he won't have forgotten anything. And unlike U.S. government health officials, if you subpoenaed America Uncovered, you'd find that we're no nonsense. So why not subscribe and support America Uncovered? All it takes is $1 an episode on the crowdfunding website patreon.com/America Uncovered. I usually make about 12 episodes a month, but if that's too much for you, you can always set a monthly limit. You can help me continue to uncover America for just $1 a month. And as a thank you, I'll respond to one of your questions or comments. Today's comes from Michael G. Sauer. I would absolutely love to see you guys performing an interview with Texas Senator Dan Crenshaw. Feel like you guys would have a lot to talk about when it comes to the border. Michael, it would be cool to talk to Senator Crenshaw. I haven't done too many interviews on this show, though a few years ago I actually interviewed James Lindsay. It was depressing. I'll leave a link to that episode below. But this is a great question. Would all of you watching like to see me do more interviews on the show? If so, who would you like to see? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for your support, Michael. Thank you for watching. Hit that orange button to support the show on Patreon. And if you didn't know, I also talk about philosophy through the lens of gaming on my new show, Deep Thoughts While Gaming. The latest is about why people who know the least know it the loudest, as you can see in any online multiplayer game of Halo. Click here and let me know what you think. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. Thanks for watching America Uncovered.
Hello, mortal.
And what should be a surprise to absolutely no one, Donald Trump has been found guilty for paying off a hole. Which, in my opinion, shouldn't be a crime. Sentencing set for 11th July, as Trump says, verdict a disgrace. And it wasn't like a stupid little nonsense technicality. Basically, it's because Trump listed it as a legal fee, as a payment to his lawyer, and the IRS and tax office were like, that's naughty, you can't do that. It wasn't a legal fee, it was a whole payment, and that's what they're trying to get him on. Such a minor little thing, but then again, he's Donald Trump. They're going to do everything they can to destroy him because they are panicking about him winning again. But anyway, Donald Trump has been found guilty on all counts in his historic New York criminal trial. I mean, the fact it's in New York tells you everything you need to know. Becoming the first former or sitting president to be convicted of a crime as he makes a bid to return to the White House. A panel of 12 Manhattan jurors unanimously convicted him on 34 counts, Manhattan jurors, there you go, that's all you need to know, of falsifying business records on Thursday, with sentencing now set for 11th of July. Over a 6-week trial, the court heard from 22 witnesses, including Stormy Daniels, whose alleged sexual encounter with the president was at the centre of the case. Man's out here banging porn stars. I love him. Trump, 77, called the verdict a disgrace, adding, "We'll fight to the end." The former president was accused of having concealed a payment to buy the silence of Miss Daniels, a former adult film star, in the final days of his 2016 election campaign. Prosecutors had argued that by approving a scheme to disguise the money as legal expenses, Trump broke election law. And it's a stupid little daft, like, minor as hell technicality and all that type of stuff, but, like, it's just a nonsense thing. But the thing is that there's a silver lining to all of this, because a lot of people, even those that didn't really like Trump, are seeing this, but I'll save it for the end. Save it for the end. Save it for the end. I'll go through the article first.
His sentencing will come just days before the start of the Republican National Convention, when he is due to be confirmed as the party's candidate to face Joe Biden, the Democratic incumbent, in November. So basically, clearly to try and get him in prison before he can run for president. That's what they're trying to do. That was the purpose and point of this. While he could in theory face prison, a financial penalty is seen as the more likely punishment. By the way, as soon as the verdict came out, everyone started donating to the Trump campaign, and last I checked, in the space of like a day, he's raised 35 million. This is the thing, is see if he just turns around and crowdfunds it, you'll get that. Unless he gets a absolute joke of an Alex Jones, like bloody fine, like then he's in a spot of trouble. But like he'll be able to raise that. Like seriously, not a problem. While we could, I've just read that. A financial penalty is seen as a more likely punishment. For now, Trump has been released without having to pay bail. The former president pursed his lips and turned to look at the jurors as they delivered their guilty verdicts, which came after 2 days of deliberations. Amid a massive police presence outside court afterwards, Trump said, "This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt." Absolutely. Have you seen all this? The judge is like a absolute not Bible thumping. God, what was the term I was trying to use? Book thumping Democrat. I fucked up the phrase. Right. But basically, yeah, total Democrat judge. Like, it's a joke. It is an absolute joke. He added that the real verdict was going to be 5th of November by the people, and that this is long from over. As he spoke, hundreds of onlookers gathered and a helicopter circled overhead. He was expected to speak again to media in front of Trump Tower in New York City on Friday morning. At a news conference, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg declined to comment on whether he would seek a prison term for Trump. They're going to try and jail him. They're going to try and put him away for as long as they possibly can. That's the goal. Like, Trump was not part of the club. He was never supposed to win in 2016. Right? The deep state is in panic mode because they are terrified of him getting back in. Everybody says, oh, he's going to arrest them all and lock them all. No, he won't. He's not going to do that. I mean, I hope he pardons Ross Ulbricht, like he said at the Libertarian conference, and everyone was like, can you believe what Trump said to all the Libertarians? Like, yeah, I can. I'm sorry, it was funny. Like, keep getting 3% then. Beast. I'm sorry, that was funny. That was funny as hell. Asked about criticism of the case, his predecessor had opted not to bring the charges against Trump. The Democratic prosecutor said, I did my job, Democrat prosecutor. Yeah, okay. Our job is to follow the facts without fear or favour, and that's what we did here. No, he didn't. No, he didn't at all. This is an absolute nonsense case with an absolute nonsense charge, and the reason that you've brought it is not because those who break the law must face justice. The reason that you've brought this case is you're all panicking because you're worried about him winning again. This is interfering in a democratic election, and it's like everyone's still under the illusion that we live in a democracy. We don't. Like, look what they do all over the place. Like in Germany, they're trying to like make the AfD just illegal. They're just trying to make a whole political party who were polling at like 25%, I believe, last time I checked. They're just trying to make them illegal. And Trump, they're just trying to throw him in prison. Well, because he paid hush money to some hoe, and then she breached the agreement by talking about it. Which means you can never trust a hoe. How many times do I have to tell you boys? Never trust a hoe. But the conviction does not prevent Trump from standing in November's election, but he's almost certain to appeal against it regardless. I hope he gets jailed. Right? I know it's a terrible thing to wish on people. I know that whenever, like when J.K. Rowling was getting into trouble for the stuff she said on Twitter, I was like, I hope they jail her. I hope they do it, because I like when things happen that I know is going to light a fire under people. And if they jail Trump, oh, he's won. Oh, he's won. He might have already won just by the guilty verdict, but if they jail him and he wins the election from prison, pardons himself, and just fucking moonwalks out of ADX Florence, oh, let it happen, please. Please, I want it to happen. I've just read that part. It is unclear how the verdict will affect the presidential race. Trump is already up in the polls. He got an 8-point lead overnight. Which is why I'm saying, please put him in jail. Please, oh God. It'll be so funny. However, this is something that I'm genuinely curious about. They've not really released the information on this, but I do want to know. See how, if you are president, or if you've ever been president, you've just got Secret Service, you get Secret Service protection for the rest of your life. Right. But Trump currently has Secret Service protection. But he's going to be in prison, so how's that going to work? Are they going to be in the jail with him?
Like, or will he get put into, like, solitary or something? But, like, the thing is, they have to be with him and near him in order to protect him. So how does that work? I want to know that. I did actually do a bit of Googling, but I couldn't find it. There was a bunch of places, like, theorizing on how it would work, but there's nothing being concrete. I want to know how that would actually work. But anyway, although some of the polls have previously suggested voters in several key swing states would be less likely to vote for Trump if he had a criminal conviction, Brian Hughes, a senior advisor to the Trump campaign, said its digital fundraising system had seen a record number of supporters following the verdict. If Trump were to defeat Mr. Biden, he would become the first convicted criminal to occupy the White House, and it's for paying hush money to some hoe. I'm sorry, that's the most Trump thing ever. And it would not prevent me from voting for her. That's funny. Trump's political allies issued statements in his defense after the verdict. US House of Representatives Speaker Mike Johnson said it was a shameful day in American history because it's just out-and-out lawfare, and symbolic of the weaponization of the justice system to silence dissent, which absolutely is happening. Like, it's been happening for fucking years now. Asa Hutchinson, a former governor of Arkansas who ran against Trump for this year's Republican presidential nomination, said it was not easy to see a former president and the presumptive GOP nominee convicted of felony crimes, but that the jury verdict should be respected. Shut up. You know exactly what this is, you dumb bitch. The Trump campaign is expected to be watching closely to see which Republicans speak out in his defense and which others might break ranks in support of the judicial process. A source close to Trump described the situation to the BBC's Catty Kay as a GOP civil war, because remember how I said, like, Republicans and Democrats, they're both 2 shades of brown on the same shite. That's what they are. Because remember, a lot of them, Republicans and Democrats, are in the club. A lot of them are. Right, Trump's not in the club. So that makes a lot of them very, very nervous. And they don't like that. There is still only one way to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office: at the ballot box, campaign spokesman Michael Tyler said. A statement from Ian Sams, a spokesman for the White House counsel's office, said, "We respect the rule of law and have no additional comment." You let the country burn for like 2 whole years. You're letting fucking violent offenders out on no bail immediately and stuff. Shut up. We respect the rule of law when it benefits us. Fucking idiots. During the trial, the prosecution set out to prove that Trump had falsified records when he repaid his former lawyer, Michael Cohen, for a $130,000 hush money payment to Miss Daniels. They said he had recorded the reimbursements as legal expenses in order to circumvent campaign finance laws. Todd Blanche, Trump's lead lawyer, told Justice Juan Merchan that the court should not allow the verdict, arguing that Cohen committed perjury on the stand. The Trump team's motion to acquit, however, was denied by Justice Merchan, because of course it was. It's a paid-off judge, and like I've said many, many times before, the state has basically monopolized decision-making. They are the arbiter of all decisions, and since they are the arbiter of all decision-making, they will forever make decisions to their own benefit. That's the problem with the government completely controlling the courts. Nobody else has any say, and in every single fucking case, the government is going to rule in its own favour, because at the end of the day, the government is run by humans, and humans would do the exact same thing. But anyway, in a statement posted on X, formerly Twitter, Cohen said that the verdict was an important day for accountability and the rule of law. Sure. The truth always matters, he added. Trump was required to sit in the Manhattan court for the duration of the trial, which kept him largely off the campaign trail. Fucking killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the Democrats are. But he launched near-daily attacks on Mr. Biden, arguing that the case brought by Manhattan's district attorney was politically motivated. The former president faces 3 other criminal cases, including 2 of alleged election interference. But it looks likely that those trials will begin before the presidential election on 5th of November. And I hope he wins. I hope he goes in and pardons himself. Now, like I was saying before, this is the system desperately trying to protect itself. Because, like I said, Trump was not supposed to win in 2016. He's not part of the club. He interfered with the plans, as we like to call them, right? He wasn't supposed to win. And that's when basically the deep state went, holy fucking shit, get him out. Who do we know? All the newspapers. Get them all to dig up everything you can on him. Grab him by the pussy. Russiagate. Peeing on people. Absolutely do that. All of that stuff. He had 2 scoops of ice cream. Run that article right now. Basically, have you ever in history seen the media go after any fucking president harder? You fucking haven't, right? And they all went after Trump because he's not in the club, right? And then a little bit of a woo-woo fuckery happened in 2020, you know, funnily enough, you know, mysterious votes all turning up at like 4 in the morning, you know, that little graph where the graph just suddenly goes like, woohoo, like that, and then Biden wins. All that stuff. Hunters and hunters. I am about 85% sure that some absolute fucky-wucky stuff went down in the 2020 election. So this time around, Trump has only got stronger. He's only got more powerful. He's like that fucking guy for the X-Men fucking prequel movie, you know, well, the more you attack him, he just absorbs the power and becomes even stronger. Basically, like, he's went up in the polls. Everyone's like, yeah, but he's a convicted felon. And everyone's like, and? In fact, the vast majority of people in America are like, I'm a convicted felon. That doesn't bother me. Man, and they're all going to vote for him. I think this might have just won him the election. I don't want to... Going to knock on wood quickly. I don't want to jinx it, right? But I think this might have just won him the election, right? And I know this sounds absolutely terrible to say, but I do hope that they try and jail him. I hope that they try and jail him, because that will be the match that lights the powder keg, right? Like I've said many times before, I like it when people have a fire lit under them, because that makes people angry. And I really like it when people get angry.
better be worth my time. Goodbye now. Till we meet again. Good luck out